from Columbia University, an academic career that took him to Williams College, where I first met him when I went to give a talk there, and he was at the talk and we had a set of discussions, to Dartmouth College, where we often spoke when I went to visit Dartmouth, to MIT. Professor Wilder has emerged as perhaps one of the nation's most preeminent historians in questions of slavery and race. But this is not all he is. Beginning his career as a community organizer, he has not forgotten his roots. He has stayed true, if you wish, to where he came from, the community of Brooklyn-Stuyvesant in New York. He works with on curricular development with public schools in New York in low-income areas, and he's a senior fellow at the Bard Prison Initiative, which trains hundreds of men and women who are incarcerated for college degrees. This is a historian, therefore, for whom legacies, in quotation marks, what I would call the past in the present, because that's what legacies are, has profound consequences for, and it's a set of consequences in which he attempts to act. Therefore, he is, in my view, one of the most appropriate, if not the most appropriate speaker for this particular series on trying to think about formation of Brown in the world and trying to think about the early global context of that formation. It gives me great pleasure to ask him to speak to us. Craig.
Okay. I was quite nervous before that introduction. And after he had converted a number of Mohican families in a village east of Albany, New York, and west of Stockbridge, Massachusetts, the evangelist David Brainerd, quote, gave them a historical account of God's dealings with his ancient and professing people, the Jews. Only a few months earlier, in the summer of 1744, the Reverend Ebenezer Pemberton had used the occasion of Brainerd's ordination to remind the celebrants that it was the failure of Christians to convert Jews that forced Christ's disciples to carry the gospel across the globe. Europeans remind the celebrants that it was the failure of Christians to convert Jews that forced Christ's disciples to carry the gospel across the globe.
From the Library of Congress in Washington, D.C.
Permission, it says como privilégio do Conde Viceroy. It's called Colóquios dos Simples e Drogas e Coisas Medicinais da Índia. So colloquia on the simples. So drugs and simples are often opposed to each other as products of India, and also with concerning certain fruits and so on and so forth. And it says that it was composed by Doutor, so he's using this title, Dr. Garcia de Horta, who is a physician of the king. And that it also gives you a sense of who has actually given the permission, because the Inquisitor, Aloysius Dias, as you can see, Inquisidor nestas partes, has actually given permission for the printing of this book. Right? The Inquisition, remember, was set up in Portugal in the 1530s and arrives in Goa in 1560. So this is a fresh Inquisitor who has given permission to print this book. This book is also, and I'll just say that very briefly, the printer is also interesting because the printer is German. Right? The printer is someone called Johannes von Emden. So you have a German printer in Goa who's printing this book for a converted Jew who is a doctor. Now, what does Garcia de Horta actually tell us in this book? It's a very interesting book. It has a very curious literary form. It's in the form of conversations. That's the reason why it's called colloquies. And there are various characters, invented characters, who ask each other questions, and then there are responses that are given concerning various products, and so on and so forth. It's a very badly printed book. It has a huge number of printing errors. But it is a very, very interesting book from many, many points of view. It's very large. It covers a very large number of products. And if you actually read through this book, you get a sense of what Garcia de Orta was really up to. You get a sense that Garcia de Orta was actually someone who circulated quite widely in the western part of India. That he actually did not stay in Goa or even Goa and Bombay, as many people often thought he did, but he actually circulated quite widely in this broad region, where there were a number of Muslim courts. And so it's clear that he actually traveled in these Muslim courts. He offered his services to sultans like this one. This is the Sultan of Ahmednagar, Hussain Nizam Shah. And we do know from a number of indications on the other side, though Garcia de Orta is never mentioned by name, that Europeans were present in these courts, and that these courts often used them for a number of different purposes, above all for two things, as doctors and as mercenaries and artillerymen. Right? So that was the other function that they would often perform. They would be running the artillery. Sometimes they would also be founding cannon. So for example, here is a Bijapur manuscript from the 17th century, which shows you on the one hand the Sultan in procession, but if you actually look at this other painting, there is a European who's actually over there. It's a very curious painting concerning a kind of some kind of Zoroastrian or Mazdaean magician, but you can see a European who's depicted there in his sort of typical European dress. So there is this presence of people like Garcia de Orta, and we know that he actually had pretty good Arabic, and that he acquired Persian, because he often gives etymologies for words and medicinal terms and so on, which suggest a knowledge of Persian in this work. So this is someone who circulates and who winds up having a certain success, but at the end of his life, eventually, there is a problem, which is that after he dies, the year after he dies, his family is investigated, his sister is brought before the Inquisition and burnt in Goa, and eventually his remains are dug up and also burnt on the accusation of being a crypto Jew. And many of the copies of this book are destroyed. But what happens, which is actually particularly interesting, is that though the Inquisition destroys the book and tries to destroy the physical traces of Garcia de Orta, the knowledge remains. And this is an interesting process because, in fact, the whole text is taken up by two people, and I'll just tell you very briefly about this. So, on the one hand, by a Franco-Dutch savant called Charles de Lecluse or Clusius, who does a version of it into Latin, and then this other version, which is done by another Portuguese by the name of, here he is giving his name in Spanish because he's translated into Spanish, Cristóbal Acosta, which is Cristóbal da Costa, and this is a book which is actually, as he says very clearly, it is en el cual se verifica mucho de lo que escribió el doctor García de Orta. So he's actually taking the materials from Garcia de Orta. The big difference is that he actually has also added some woodcuts of plants and so on. There are also some quite amusing little woodcuts of elephants and things like that. So he actually is trying to give this book a greater sort of attractive character. So this is one kind of personality that you can find sort of navigating in and out of the space of the Portuguese Empire, between this Muslim world and the world of the Portuguese, who gets away with it for a very long time. In fact, gets away with it throughout his whole life, but eventually has to face the consequences of it, posthumously at least. Now, part of the reason why the Inquisition became suspicious of Jews like Garcia de Orta was, of course, the fact that having arrived in the Indian Ocean, there continued to be an anxiety about whether these were people who were in communication with Muslim powers. Now, we can see this was in fact true with Garcia de Orta. He was actually circulating inside Muslim courts, but what is actually important is that the main thing which is troubling the Portuguese at this point is, just as they are extending into the Indian Ocean, the Ottoman Empire is also extending into the Indian Ocean. Right? So 20 years after the first Portuguese voyage of 1497, in 1516-17, the Ottomans conquer Egypt, they conquer the Red Sea, and they start sending ships into the Indian Ocean. And so there's a whole sense of uneasiness around this. There's a sense that eventually the Ottomans might want to get a foothold in India, that they might want to actually send their auxiliaries and build alliances with the Indian kings. And there is a sense that some of these Sephardic Jews might in fact be, in a sense, giving information to the Ottomans, useful information to the Ottomans. But at the same time, of course, there's this ambiguity because the Portuguese administration is aware that these people could also give them information about the Ottomans. Right? So there's a sense in which there's a sort of going back and forth of such people. And the second person that I mentioned to you, the contemporary of Garcia da Horta, whose name is Jacome de Olivares, is an example of this. Okay. Very quickly give you a sense of his life. He shows up in India in the late 1530s. He is not an intellectual, he is a merchant. He's a merchant who, we know something about his genealogy. His mother was a new Christian, his father was an old Christian. But he shows up, he comes to Cochin, he settles in Cochin, and there he marries a new Christian woman and begins to trade pretty much across the breadth of the Western Indian Ocean, and eventually he even manages to trade all the way into Southeast Asia. So he actually has a sphere of activity running from all the way from here through to about there. We know quite a lot about him for one simple reason, which is that eventually in the late 1550s he's caught by the Inquisition. And he's tortured in Goa, and he gives a very extensive confession. Now, of course, this is the usual problem that we have, which is how much of truth is in these confessions and how much of it is actually what the inquisitors want to hear. But there's a number of interesting details which he tells us. Now, the main, of course, thing which the inquisitors want to catch him on are practices, and of course the main practice they always catch them on is Purim. Right? So the whole, which normally these people call the day of Mordecai. That's how the term normally appears in these confessions. So there's this idea that they practice these things, that they insult the statue of Christ, and so on and so forth. And the usual way of going about it, besides the confessions, is that since he's a rich merchant, he has slaves. So the point is you normally get to the slaves first, the slaves confess, and then you use the slaves' confessions to try and extract other confessions from other members of the family and so on. Now, if you actually look at Jacome de Olivares, you get a sense that he's someone who, had the Inquisition not got hold of him, would have been perfectly all right in Cochin. And he would have been all right trading between Cochin and Malacca and the Western Indian Ocean. What eventually happens, however, is the Inquisition gets hold of him, sends him to Lisbon, and then eventually, of course, it's a sort of self-fulfilling prophecy because he then winds up escaping from Lisbon and going to Istanbul. Right? So he actually shows up in Istanbul where he gets into contact with the usual suspects, that is to say Joseph Nasi and the whole set of people who are associated closely with the Ottoman court. He's given a position, and so far as we know, he ends up his life over there giving information to the Ottomans about the commercial and other networks of the Portuguese Empire. So this is another kind of a trajectory, someone who actually we don't know, and his main biographer, one of my students who did a dissertation largely on his career, José Alberto Tavim, in the new University of Lisbon, suggests that it's very difficult finally to know when he's wearing a mask and when he's not wearing a mask, what he believes and what he does not believe. But what is certain is eventually the repressive mechanisms of the Portuguese Empire force him into a situation which may not have been the situation which he would have preferred, but we have no means of knowing that one way or the other. So let me then move forward to my next or last two examples, which is the cases of Samuel Castiel and Antonio Boccaro. Now this is another interesting pair. Boccaro was a member of a very famous New Christian family. His brother, who was called Manuel Boccaro Francês, was a physician, but the family was actually a very prominent family in producing cannon. So they were actually they were cannon founders as well. And Boccaro was born in 1594, and he came out to India about the age of 20 in 1614. And he then served in the fleets of the Indian Ocean for the next 15 and odd years. The main reason why he's prominent is because at the end of his life, he actually became, interestingly, the official chronicler of Portuguese Asia. Right? So he actually wrote this so-called Década, which is the form in which the official chronicles used to be written. So he's the third official chronicler after João de Barros and Diogo do Couto. He's the third official chronicler. Now, so you could say in some sense he had a level of official acceptance. He's writing this text in the 1630s. But actually, It turns out that Bocaro had a much more checkered life before he came to be accepted as the chronicler. Because in the late 19th and early 20th century, some scholars found two very important documents about him. And one of these documents is actually his confession before the Inquisition. So this is, we have the text of a confession that he gave to the Inquisition in Goa in 1624. And after which he was actually absolved and forgiven and reintegrated and was therefore able to become the official chronicler. But in the course of this Inquisition examination, what he tells us is that, he tells us who his parents were, Fernão Bocaro Cristão Novo, médico morador em Lisboa, e de sua mulher Guiomar Nunes Cristã Nova. So his parents were already new Christians living in Portugal, that he actually and his brother were very curious about Judaism, and they had heard that there were Jewish communities in the Indian Ocean. So he actually came out to find out about them and whether he could reintegrate himself in some sense into these communities. So what does he tell us? He tells us he came out and he tried to contact these people in the other part of Cochin. Right? So he went to Cochin, he was in the Portuguese section, and he tried to contact the people in the other side. So who are the people on the other side? Well, the thing about Cochin which you have to be aware of is that the Portuguese never conquered it. The Portuguese were there on a contractual relationship, just as they were in Macau. Right? So they actually had a contract with the local ruler who had given them a chunk of land and they had built a fort on it. But it was not a conquest, which in juridical terms is extremely important. Right? So the king of Cochin was still always present. He had his palace, he had his court, he had his own life in the other half of the city. And in that court, from the certainly 1550s and 1560s, he had some very prominent Jewish advisors. Right? Some of whom were Jews from India of long standing, what would often later on be called black Jews. But there were also Sephardic Jews who were present over there. And so, in fact, Bocaro got in touch with some of these most prominent of them. He got in touch with the person who had, at that time, the title of what is called Mudaliar, a kind of a title which later on the Portuguese would translate this as regidor, a kind of a ministerial post, an advisory and ministerial post, a man called David Levi. And he contacted him and said that he wanted to reconvert and become Jewish. And Levi was extremely suspicious, and this is what Bocaro tells us in this confession. He said, I kept persisting and I kept asking him, and he kept saying, no, this is a trap. And what you're doing is you're trying to get us to do this, so then the Portuguese will come and invade the king's land, saying, you are now reconverting people to Judaism. So he actually refused to touch him. Now, at a second moment, he then contacted this person that we have, Samuel Castiel. And I'll come back to Castiel briefly before I conclude. So he contacted Castiel, and Castiel, on the other hand, said to him, what we will do is the following. We will not do this in Cochin. We will go to another smaller inland settlement called Parur, where there is a small community of Jews. There we are far away from the Portuguese, we are far away from the domains of the king of Cochin, and there we will reconvert you. And he then proceeds to do this, and he says he remained then in that situation for a number of years, but then he changed his mind, and he began to have doubts. He started reading Christian books again, and he began to have doubts about the truth of Judaism, and started to actually think that he had made a mistake. And so he actually says that in this situation, he was also, as it happened, found out, and but he's now decided it was all a big mistake. He wants to come back and become a Christian. And this is essentially what he says to the Inquisition. The Inquisition accepts it. They do not actually subject him to any major form of punishment, and he's then reintegrated. As we can see, he becomes the successful chronicler. Now, the problem, however, is this, that he has actually given away a number of names. He gives away a number of names of other new Christians who are, as he calls them, Judaizers. But he also gives away the names of, especially of Samuel Castiel. Right? Now, Samuel Castiel is someone with whom the Portuguese have ongoing dealings, because one of his other functions is that he's the lingua, he's the interpreter who actually does the translations between the Portuguese and the kings of Cochin. So they actually have an ongoing dealing with this man. And this resentment builds and builds and builds. So through the 1630s, if you look at the Portuguese archives, they are constantly talking about the menace of Castiel and the problem that Castiel represents, how Castiel actually has got the year of the ruler, how he is actually going to eventually bring the ruler of Cochin into an alliance with Muslim powers and perhaps with the Ottomans. The Ottomans by the 1630s are not very interested in the Indian Ocean, but still, there's this still residual paranoia there. And eventually, what this leads to is a situation in which the Portuguese settlers of Cochin mount an armed raid. They go into Samuel Castell's house in 1643 and kill him. Right. Now, this has very major consequences, as I'll come to in a second. But the question is, who was this man anyway? And I've been doing a little bit of work on this because I'd first encountered him more than 20 years ago. And it turns out that he actually belonged to a fairly prominent family. And this is a very prominent family called the Ibn Yahya, who are actually present in Portugal and Iberia from at least the 11th century. You see here the genealogy going down, and he belongs to this branch of the family, Solomon ibn Yahya, David ibn Yahya, and Jacob Tam, and so on. And this very prominent two brothers you have over here, one is Gedalia ibn Yahya, who died in 1575, who lived in Constantinople, and his brother, Joseph ibn Yahya, who was also in Constantinople and who was a prominent physician of Suleiman the Magnificent. So he belongs to this family. But he actually, we want to follow the genealogy a little bit more closely. So you have these two brothers, and he's one of three sons of Gedalia. He's descended from one of three sons of Gedalia ibn Yahya. So you have the first Samuel Castiel, born in 1530s, who arrives in 1550s probably in Cochin, and is normally the person who people think is partly responsible for building the synagogue in Matanchere. So this is the famous Jewish synagogue, of course, much reworked. But this synagogue was built in the 1560s by this first Samuel Castiel. And the Samuel Castiel whom we are dealing with, whom Bocaro was dealing with, is actually his grandson. So this is the third generation. There's an intermediate person who I think was called David Castiel, but I'm not entirely certain. So this is the family from which he comes. And so it's a prominent family. There are also two other brothers, Jacob ibn Yahya, who actually remains in the Ottoman Empire and is quite a prominent figure in his own right, and Isaac Pinto, who is also quite interesting because he navigates between Cairo and the Western Indian Ocean, and he's quite well known in terms of passing information to the two sides on military activities and so on and so forth. So this is the person that you have whom the Portuguese actually eventually assassinate. But not officially, it's a sort of an unofficial assassination which is done by the Portuguese settlers of Cochin for fear of his influence. And in that construction of this figure of this man who is a sort of evil genius behind the ruler and so on, so you have, of course, the Confession of Bocaro is a piece which plays a certain sort of important role. So let me conclude. So what is the consequence of this? Actually, the consequence of this is really very curious. I said to you that the Dutch conquered Cochin in 1663. Now, how did the Dutch conquest happen? The Dutch conquest, of course, partly happened because the Dutch had superior military power. There's no doubt about that. But the Dutch also, for instance, attacked Macau. They did not succeed. So why did they succeed in the case of Cochin? And the case of Cochin is very simple. The reason why they succeeded is because the rulers of Cochin decided they preferred the Dutch. Right? Now, why did the rulers of Cochin decide they preferred the Dutch? Because in the 30 years leading up to the Dutch conquest, there had been a whole series of problems and a whole series of conflicts. Some of them we know quite well. The Portuguese had a tendency to interfere in the family politics of the rulers of Cochin. There was also the fact of there's an island called Venduruti in the bay of, in the estuary of Cochin, which the Portuguese claimed to have rights over. There was also that. But in fact, the whole episode of Castiel is very crucial in alienating the rulers of Cochin. Right? And so, in a certain sense, what the rulers of Cochin saw this as doing was interfering with their sovereignty, interfering with their right to actually run things as they wanted in their part of Cochin. And they felt that the Portuguese were overstepping what was effectively a contractual relationship where they were meant to actually keep one part of the town and allow the rulers of Cochin the other part of the town. And so in some senses, you could look at this episode as at least a significant one in tipping the balance and pushing the rulers of Cochin then over to the Dutch. So in a certain sense, you could say that for all of this going back and forth and all these tensions that we've seen, these difficulties faced by these individuals and so on, there's also something else which we must bear in mind, which is that overall we could say that this is a case of pretty evident mismanagement and incapacity of the Portuguese state finally to come to terms with these new Christians at all. Right? They would use them from time to time. They would ask for their money. When the Portuguese tried to set up an East India Company in the 1620s, they went to the New Christian community of Lisbon and asked them for their money. But a few years into the contract, they said that some of the principal people who had contributed to it would be reinvestigated by the Inquisition, which was actually a way of telling them that they were not going to give them their money back. So there is a sense in which there is this constant incapacity to deal with the new Christians. They want them, but they don't know what to do with them. They don't want to expel them. They want to use them, but at the same time, they don't really have a sense of how to arrive at a solution or a political solution which would work. And this is, I think, a part of this ongoing difficulty which we see, whether at the level of the state or indeed at the level of these individual trajectories. So let me stop there. Thank you.
Questions, and I'll just ask Dr. Subramanian to repeat the question.
Sure.
That would get out of my.
Yeah.
It's fascinating to me that you're describing something that is probably the only explanation about why we still think about the black Jews in Cochin and the white Jews. And am I correct that the white Jews were probably the crypto Jews?
The white Jews? No, actually, you can see, so you asked whether the white Jews were crypto Jews. No, in fact, what we can see here is that they were both. The ones who chose to live in the Portuguese part of the city, right, would have been either crypto Jews, or they might actually have been converts who are actually converted, who knows. But in fact, what I'm suggesting to you is that in this whole regime, because of the divided sovereignty of the city, it was possible through the whole Portuguese period for you to be an open and practicing Jew, but not in the Portuguese part of the town. You had to be in the other part of the town. Because someone like Samuel Castiel, either of them, either the one who was there in the 1550s and 60s or the other one, they were not crypto Jews. They were actually openly practicing Jews. But they were able to do so because they were in the king's part of the town and they were under the king's protection.
Was there any relationship between the Portuguese, either the crypto Jews or the open Jews, and the Bene Israel and Maharashtra?
No, actually, the Portuguese speak very little about the Bene Israel. They don't have very many contacts with them. And probably at this time, most of the Bene Israel were actually in interior locations, and the Portuguese presence was very largely a coastal one. You don't get a sense, even in the little bits of information you have concerning, say, the area of Bombay where the Portuguese were, or Chaul, which is another settlement, that they had much by way of dealings with that community. The community existed, but they didn't really have, so far as I can see, many dealings with them. So yeah. Yeah.
Wouldn't this have been something that would be exceptionally dangerous? In other words, to be openly Jewish in part of Cochin that the king looked the local sovereignty, or maybe even the Dutch come. But in other words, wouldn't that really hamper your ability to move around in the Portuguese Empire? I mean, because the minute you kind of leave that protection, I would think that you run the risk of falling into the clutches of the Inquisition.
Yes, but for a long time it was believed that after the expulsion or after the Edict of 1496 that there were no Jews in Portugal. There were Jews who used to come to Portugal. And it's very interesting. I mean, my same student, José Alberto Tavim, actually has written about these 2 or 3 characters, one of whom actually called Isaac do Cairo, who actually was a spy and a translator, and who actually made 4 overland voyages on 4 distinct occasions between Portuguese India and Portugal, carrying information for the 2 sides. And nobody had any doubts about the fact that he was Jewish. Now, he was required after the 1530s to wear a yellow star on the shoulder of his jerkin. But there was another man who was actually a very prominent North African merchant called Abraham Benzamero, who actually had he was called, the joke used to be about him that he's a Judeo de Sinal, sem sinal. That is to say, a notable Jew, but who doesn't actually have to wear the yellow star, because the king had actually given him a specific dispensation from wearing the star because he had enough money. So now you could ask yourself, what is this man doing? Why does he want to go to Portugal in the first place? Isn't this very dangerous? Isn't it the case that matters could turn against you at any time? But it seems that these were people who either for commercial reasons or sometimes for sentimental reasons or for whatever reasons did continue to have this dealing. And so far as we know, Castile, for instance, continued to speak Castilian and Portuguese. He also clearly spoke Malayalam, which is why he was the translator. Yes?
I wonder, particularly Lorca has been in, I gather, in Portuguese culture, a figure of considerable interest. Anyway, people keep talking about
Garcia da Horta.
And more precisely, his descendants are scattered around the world, including the foreign minister of Timor-Leste, and are very proud of their
Ramos Horta.
background. How did this occur? And of course, even Castile has descendants, or if not this Castile, I mean, some of the Castiles have descendants in Cochin. How, despite the Inquisition, does this tradition continue?
I think the two cases are different. I mean, in the case of the Castiles, what actually happens is that they survive, and as you can see, when Mose Pereira de Paiva goes there, he actually meets a direct descendant. Right, so he's killed, but his children are still there, and they persist there, and they will remain through. In the 18th century, there are some very, very great Jewish merchants of Cochin. At this time, under the Dutch, who are openly Jewish, but
European Christians mined Jewish history to explain the origins of the Americas and its indigenous peoples. In 1763, the Reverend Nathaniel Whitaker, who would soon in fact leave for Europe to accompany the Mohegan minister Samson Occam on a European fundraising tour for the Reverend Eleazar Wheelock, the founder of Dartmouth College. Whitaker marked the ordination of Charles Jeffrey Smith as missionary to the Indians by recalling the disappointing history of Jewish evangelization. Quote, "The Jews' hatred of the prophets, to Christ and his apostles are evidence, in fact, that people are still set against the faithful ambassadors of Christ." This attention to Judaism was in fact more than just sermonic. Christians used the history, culture, and language of the Jews to interpret their American encounters. They searched the Bible for clues to the origins of Native Americans, to determine the potential of indigenous people for Christian salvation, and to weigh the lives and deaths of Aborigines. They gleaned biblical narratives to position African slavery in Christian teleology and to address the morality of the slave trade. Jewish history provided the scaffolding from which Christians crafted new understandings of the relationships to people in the Americas and Africa. Their history with Jews also contained arguments, positive arguments, for the morality of persecution, from which the colonists invented new bodies of religious entitlement. As the 17th century progressed, European colonists began de-emphasizing the claim that their religion gave them the privilege over heathens, and embracing the possibility that their status as white people made them the natural governors of Indians and Africans, whose conquered and subjected condition reflected inherent capacities. Such proto-biological notions were born in the dynamic interactions of the Atlantic world. The demographic transformation of the Americas affected colonial Christians' views of the world and their faith. The growth of the European American settlements, the pervasiveness of African slavery, and the catastrophic depopulation of native nations required that Europeans reassess Judeo-Christian history and prophecy. In particular, Christians began to suspect that human communities had natural fates that corresponded to their spiritual fortunes. The population of native nations required that Europeans reassess Judeo-Christian history and prophecy. In particular, Christians began to suspect that human communities had natural fates that corresponded to their spiritual fortunes. Speculation about the natural destinies of varied populations of people were the beginning of a re-envisioning of Europeans' relationships to all the people of the earth, and the conquest of Native American nations and the rise of the African slave trade were early and continuing accelerants to this process. Race-making in the Atlantic world, in short, was not a project, but it was, in fact, a series of consequences. Ideas that explained and legitimated the enslavement of Africans were also deployed to justify the uprooting and destruction of Indian nations, and then moved unbound through Western thought. Intellectual assaults upon colored peoples informed Christians' responses to all subject peoples. The century-long descent of the Indian in the English mind, for instance, from lost Jews destined for Christianization and assimilation to a savage and inferior race fated for extinction, was one branch of a body of social ideas that transformed the intellectual and institutional cultures of Europe and the Americas. Those ideas had histories. Christians believed Indians to be a lost tribe of Jews. Catholic missionaries in the Spanish colonies, like their Protestant peers, felt compelled to address the lineage of Indians, which had consequences for Christians' relationships with Native America. Early Spanish invaders looked for resemblances between Indian cultures and Judaism, and commonalities between indigenous languages and Hebrew. As we know, Christopher Columbus brought Luis de Torres, a converso, with him as Hebrew interpreter to the people who he might meet on the other side of the world. By the 1560s, Spanish clerics were debating whether Indians were descendants of one of the lost tribes of Israel, or if perceived similarities to the Jews were products of a satanic manipulation intended to render them useless to the Christian God. Protestant colonialism brought equal enthusiasm for discovering the Jewish origins of Indians. In his mid-17th century description of New Netherland, the Dutch lawyer Adrian van der Donck admitted that the theological pressure. If Christians were unable to reconcile the existence of Native Americans with biblical narrative, then, quote, the doctrines of the Holy Scriptures would be subverted and ruined. Several years earlier, Dominee Johannes Megapolensis, whom the patroon Kilian van Rensselaer had brought to Rensselaerwyck to New Netherland to minister to the Rensselaerwyck colony in 1642, Megapolensis encountered an elderly Indian woman who was likely Mohawk and who repeated part of the Iroquois creation story, which included, in fact, the story of a divine feud between two brothers. Domine Megapolensis took this as a variant of the story of Cain and Abel, and further evidence of the Jewish heritage of the Indians. The Puritan divine John Eliot explained his fascination with Native Americans as, in part, of a product of his hope to, quote, that I might find under what covenant and promise their forefathers lived. Eliot speculated that they were descended from Shem, or in other words, he incorporated it into the story of the curse of Ham, or the curse of Canaan. Other Puritan ministers pointed to a tendency to speak in parables as the link between Native Americans and European Jews. A critic of colonial Indian policy and a founder of Rhode Island, the Reverend Roger Williams, also saw parallels between Jewish and Indian cultures, including the anointing of heads and the exchange of dowries for wives. Rabbi Menashe ben Israel's treatise on the Jewish ancestry of American Indians validated this Christian obsession. The essay repeated the 1644 testimony of Aaron Levi to the Sephardic rabbis of Amsterdam. Levi said that he had encountered Indians in the Cordilleras Mountains of South America who revealed themselves to be Jews who knew the Torah and who traced their lineage to the tribe of Reuben. Thomas Thorogood, the Puritan minister, seized upon this evidence and expanded it. Indians were reluctant to eat swine, he wrote. They often dressed like Jews and intermarried within extended families. Jewish and Indian women offered further evidence of a connection. He postulated, in fact, that an ancient tribe of Jews reached Mexico and Peru, where the primary Jewish influence could be seen in temple architecture, the practice of circumcision, ritual sacrifice, and the knowledge of the Great Flood. The monumental architecture of Peru, Mexico, and the Mississippi Valley suggested that these Jews migrated north, separating into contemporary nations and undergoing a process of cultural devolution. In 1649, when Parliament ratified Edward Winslow's Act creating the New England Company, it affirmed this link to Jewish history. The Society for the Propagation of the Gospel in New England, to the native people of New England, the first of the great British missionary companies and the model for the ones that will actually be constructed in England and Scotland, actually here in New England, becomes critical to this moment. The New England Company promised that education and evangelization of Indians would quicken the conversion of Jews and fulfill biblical prophecy. Missionaries were learning Native American languages, baptizing many indigenous people, and beginning the process of bringing Christian Indians, particularly children, into the English towns and households for education and apprenticeship. A work of God, in short, had begun in New England, and Parliament sought to hurry its course. Its progress required, quote, that fit instruments be encouraged and maintained to pursue it. Universities, schools, and nurseries of literature settled for further instructing and civilizing them. In New Spain, in New France, in New Netherland, and in New England, Christians looked for prophecies of their American experience. In 1652, William Pynchon published a treatise on the ritual and culture of the synagogue from Massachusetts, where there were no synagogues, and where it's not even clear that any Jews had ever visited. That same year, the Reverend Richard Mather of Dorchester ended an essay on the spread of the gospel among Indians with a promise of the inevitable reclamation of the Jews. Toward the end of his career, John Eliot prayed that Native Americans could achieve a more pure embrace of Christ than the superficial conversions of Europe's Christianized Jews. In 1667, Increase Mather asserted again Jewish conversion as a stage in the fulfillment of Messianic Christianity. A president of Harvard, Mather continued to insist upon the necessity of evangelizing Jews. Samuel Willard, a Harvard vice president, agreed. And later in the century, Judge Samuel Sewall remained sympathetic to the idea that Indians were Jews and that their conversion was in fact necessary. The European invasion of the Americas encouraged engagement with Judaism. In the 16th century, Cambridge University and St. Andrews University established their first Hebrew professorships. Royal endowments then soon funded Hebrew chairs across the universities. Students at Trinity College in Dublin were required to attend Hebrew lectures under John Stern, who also taught law and medicine. The divinity professor at Edinburgh gave a weekly Hebrew lecture, and in 1642, the university established a chair in Hebrew. Like many wealthy colonial boys, the second generation Richard Henry Lee of Virginia, also known as Richard the Scholar, studied abroad at Oxford, and his biographer notes that he afterwards made a habit of keeping, quote, his notes in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. European intellectuals attempted to connect Hebrew to spoken and written languages throughout the world. They studied Hebrew as the original language, or the Adamic tongue, and searched for its residue in non-European languages to prove the Jewish ancestry of their speakers. By 1655, the year that the Indian College opened at Harvard, the first brick building on Harvard Yard, the faculty had made the ability to translate the Hebrew Bible into Greek and Latin a requirement for admission, and assigned Hebrew instruction for all undergraduates. Charles Chauncey, President Chauncey, who presided over the first class to enter the Indian College, had himself learned Hebrew from a Jewish house guest. His successors in the presidency gave regular Hebrew readings from the Old Testament at morning and evening prayers. Harvard, William and Mary, and Yale, the first colleges in the English colonies, all mandated Hebrew instruction for undergraduates. The belief that Native Americans were wild encouraged the notion that their languages were purer expressions of this ancient tongue. And the history of the Jews helped Christians determine their obligations to native people. One of the first English colonists to study Algonquian, Roger Williams, concluded that it shared, I quote, affinity with Hebrew and Greek and held potentially important clues to religious history. In his 1644 description of the Mohawk Nation, Domine Megapolensis dismissed Indians as dumb when they failed to answer questions as he anticipated. Nevertheless, Megapolensis compiled a vocabulary and grammar of the Iroquoian language.
From the landlords, be it a king or a head of a more decentralized community or villages, by offering 370 leagues to the west of Cape Verde, while the remaining is, including Africa, will be reserved for Portugal. This resulted in an international division in human trafficking. Portugal will primarily supply captives, while Spain was the primary buyer for the New World colonies. To ensure a continuous supply of enslaved people, Spain established an administrative structure that, for the most part, existed until the late 18th century. The Crown would delegate to third parties the responsibilities of purchasing, transporting, and delivering enslaved individuals. The system of licenses, later known as asientos, became a critical source of revenue for the Crown and benefited a transnational group of affluent commercial companies and individuals. Although licenses were initially granted to bankers from different backgrounds, Genoese, Flemish, Germans, by the late 16th century, the Portuguese had fully taken over the slave trade. The Portuguese procured and transported captives to Spanish America until, in David Eltis's word, Northwestern Europeans intruded into the Iberian-dominated system. The Portuguese license or asiento holders were, however, not the ones directly involved in the on-the-ground operations. They were instead the visible heads of a trafficking web that cascaded down the trading hierarchy. The wealthy contract holders divided and sold the licenses to smaller merchants who financed, outfitted, and hired ship captains for the expedition. Captains and other ship officers, in turn, gathered the crew and oversaw the ship's loading. At this point, we are far away from the lavish Iberian palaces and castles. We are now in the realm of poor sailors, the world of taverns and cheap beer. The beating heart of the slave trade resided there. We are far away from the lavish Iberian palaces and castles. We are now in the realm of poor sailors, the world of taverns and cheap beer.
Honor and pleasure to be here with Professor Stan Mervis at ASU, who is just coming out with a book this coming spring, 2020. That's right. On Jews of 18th century Jamaica.
DNA specialist here at Harvard. This is apparently a relatively recent one. In other words, perhaps 3,000 years old, 4,000 year old, not going back to the origins of humankind in an earlier diaspora. So it's possible that reaching this part of Central West Africa, perhaps in the medieval period, we have evidence of individuals arriving in part to control trade. You wouldn't notice any of this, you wouldn't believe any of this by looking at the population here today. There's almost no extant parallels, but it's an interesting circumstance, and it's reinforced in part through language. The Hausa language shares key elements in common with Coptic language, and the crossing over of Hausa along this east-west route. The top map on the right simply references the site of the DGB sites just south of Lake Chad. The yellow dots reference wadis, or water-filled areas that for much of the year meant this area was green. And here we have it again, that map overlain with some of the trade routes, a medieval map at the top, a map based on Herodotus in the middle, meaning Greco-Roman, And at the bottom, this would be, I think it's a 18th century map showing control of this east-west passage by particular kingdoms. If there was nothing there by way of trade that needed to be controlled, there would be no reason to have these kingdoms there. The second site that's important to look at is the site of Banganardi, which is on the Nile, the southern Nile, an important Christian site, where, among other things, some traveler from the Pyrenees area named Bezansac decided to write his name in graffiti on a healing temple that was there. He simply wrote, Bezansac was here to visit Gabriel. Gabriel is was the healing saint that was associated with this particular shrine. So graffiti is good. We can also learn other things from this particular site. One is that the same name is important in Spain, in the area of the Pyrenees. It's associated with some of the Templar strongholds in this area, and there's several Templars named Bezansac, spelled a slightly different way, but from this period. Banganardi is also well known for its stunning murals, and I'll get back to that shortly. If you're a traveling Templar or anybody else, military or otherwise, it's important to bring a deck of cards. And indeed, there was a 13th century playing card that was found not so far from here, just suggesting the ways in which all of this material in the southern Nile area seems to be coalescing around the idea of a Christian center with influences from the outside. How this individual got here, we know almost nothing about his identity other than this, we don't know. There was certainly a lot of warfare happening during the Crusades. It could have been somebody who had been captured and was sent here, somebody who was ill, somebody who was exploring. But I think it leads to the possibility that there is an important set of connections here. We can return to the continent itself in the well-known Catalan map of 1375, with Mansa Musa on the left holding aloft a gold coin. We pay less attention to the king known as the Organe, who is in blue here, just to the west of the king of Nubia. And that same ruler ends up in the sort of front and center in the map from 1554 from Munich. Could this be simply a reference to a monster, a single-eyed being, as was common in medieval maps, or is this a reference to one particular person? Organe is the title for the king of Ife, not so far from here, just suggesting the ways in which, if you're a traveling Templar or
All right, so I want to welcome everyone. We have Joshua Rothman with us. Joshua grew up in Staten Island and
that was published in April, which, as you can see on the screen, was called The Ledger and the Chain: How Domestic Slave Traders Shaped America. And in brief, the book is a history of the domestic slave trading firm of Franklin and Armfield. Between 1828 and 1836, when the company was most active in the slave trade, it bought enslaved people from slaveholders in Maryland and Virginia, shipped them by sea along the Atlantic coast, or walked them hundreds of miles across the continent, and sold them mostly to cotton and sugar planters and to merchants in Mississippi and Louisiana. All told, the company was responsible for the long-distance forced migration of 8,000 to 10,000 enslaved people. And that made it the largest domestic slave trading operation of its time, and probably the largest in American history. And what I argue in the book is that it was definitely the most important slave trading company in American history. And that was because the methods that it used, the volume it entailed, the money and the credit that it kept in circulation pushed ahead a transformation of the slave trade. They turned it from something that white men did mostly on a small scale as a temporary means of making extra cash into a profession, an ongoing concern, a big business, something that was integrated into national and global commodity and financial markets, something that had the potential for enormous profits, and of course, something that had devastating consequences for the enslaved. Now, the book uses a biographical approach to tell this story. It centers on the lives and careers of the three main partners in the company. And those were Isaac Franklin, John Armfield, and Ralph Ballard. But the larger story that is traceable through the arcs of those lives and their careers is in fact the long and hideous history of the slave trade itself. Now, I think pretty often when people think about the domestic slave trade at all, they don't really think about it as something that has a life cycle or something that even really has a history to it at all. What I mean by that is, of course, everyone who is familiar with the trade understands that the trade is a thing of the past, that it's something that played an important role in the historical development of the United States and in the lives of the people who were trafficked in the trade. But we don't often consider that the trade itself was not static. It wasn't consistent. It wasn't steady over time. The slave trade had a birth, it had a death, it ebbed and flowed and moved. Its rhythms and its size, they fluctuated over the course of many decades in conjunction with the economic, political, and physical landscape of the United States. And so it's the weaving together of the biographies of Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard with the biography of the slave trade. That's what I'm trying to ultimately accomplish with the book. And that's what I want to try to spend some time outlining for you this morning. And as is the case with most life stories, it makes the most sense to begin at the beginning. Now, the trade in enslaved people in the United States is as old as the United States itself. In fact, it predated the United States itself. Africans and their descendants were bought and sold in mainland North America from the moment they were first imported to Virginia in the early 17th century. And tens of thousands of people were taken into the domestic slave trade in the colonial era and the early decades of the New Republic. But to the extent that we're able to trace it, it seems like that internal slave trade was limited, at least what it would be relative to what it would later become. And opportunities for slave traders were even more limited. And that was because through and after the American Revolution, slaveholders in places like South Carolina and Georgia, they met many of their labor demands by importing enslaved people from Africa and from the Caribbean. White migrants to new Western territories and states, places like Kentucky and Tennessee, they tended to bring enslaved laborers with them when they moved. And the truth was the American banking system in this period was immature. It was undercapitalized. And so it was obviously possible to be a slave trader in the 18th century. But through the 18th century and into the early 19th century, large professional slave trading businesses were almost unheard of. So those circumstances really started to change in the decade or two after the closing of the legal transatlantic slave trade. Congress outlawed that trade in 1808, but Congress did nothing to limit the domestic traffic in enslaved people. And so the overseas ban actually effectively created a protected and federally sanctioned market for the slave trade within the boundaries of the United States. And it did so precisely at a moment when labor demands were skyrocketing in the lower South. That was the part of the country where the nation was expanding into portions of the continent acquired in the Louisiana Purchase, military and diplomatic victories over the British and numerous Indian nations during the War of 1812, provided security and market access for white farmers who saw economic possibilities in burgeoning cotton and sugar markets. And so all of that made economic opportunities for slave traders. The number of enslaved people moved across state lines jumped by 80% between the 1800s and the 1810s. It grew by another 25% between the 1810s and the 1820s. All told, in the first 30 years of the 19th century, nearly 350,000 enslaved people suffered forced migration in what historian Ira Berlin famously called a second Middle Passage. Roughly 80% of those people, more than 275,000 in total, were taken out of Maryland and Virginia, where a declining tobacco economy left slaveholders with so-called surplus laborers who they put on the market for sale. So 175,000 in total were taken out of Maryland and Virginia, where a declining tobacco economy left slaveholders with so-called surplus laborers who they put on the market for sale, and where a growing cadre of professional slave traders purchased them for transport, mostly to Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Now, this is the era and Virginia, where a declining tobacco economy left slaveholders with so-called surplus laborers who they put on the market for sale, and where a growing cadre of professional slave traders purchased them for transport, mostly to Georgia, Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi. Now, this is the era where the main characters in my book come onto the stage. This is the era when Isaac Franklin, John Armfield, and Rice Ballard all entered the slave trade business. Isaac Franklin was first, traveling from his native Tennessee through the mountains to the Chesapeake. Franklin was just a teenager in 1808, but he was already working alongside his older brothers, bringing enslaved people over the Chesapeake, over the Appalachians rather, putting them on flatboats, sending them down the Mississippi River to places like Natchez and New Orleans for sale. Now, Franklin's older brothers mostly left the slave trade after the War of 1812, but Isaac Franklin himself actually threw himself further into it. By the early 1820s, he was a well-established businessman in Natchez. He was well known to slaveholders in Maryland and Northern Virginia. Now, John Armfield, who was a native of North Carolina, and Rice Ballard, who was native to Virginia, both of them were younger than Isaac Franklin, and neither of them started getting into the slave trade until the 1820s. John Armfield turned to it after a brief stint running a mercantile business. Rice Ballard got recruited into it by a wealthy patron who was looking for someplace to put sort of extra money to work. But both Armfield and Ballard took to the slave trade business quickly. They liked it. They liked the hustle. They liked the violence. And they determined that there was enough money to be made such that they decided to devote their entire careers to it. Now, like most of the people who joined what might be called this first generation of professional slave traders in the United States, Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard were working in an industry whose cruelty was boundless, whose numbers of players were expanding, but it was an industry that was still pretty haphazard. Chesapeake slave traders in the early 19th century tended to be itinerants. They often worked alone. They operated out of bars, taverns, hotels, still pretty haphazard. Chesapeake slave traders in the early 19th century tended to be itinerants. They often worked alone. They operated out of bars, taverns, hotels. They might put a newspaper advertisement announcing that they wanted to purchase as many as several dozen enslaved people at a time. They left town when they had the people they wanted, and they might show up again months later, or you might never see them again. They mostly march people by land, chained into caravans known as coffles, maybe by a flatboat down a river. And when slave traders got to a market where they intended to make sales, they similarly found temporary locations, places where buyers could find them, places where they could stash the Black people they brought with them. And then they sold whoever they could, ideally for cash, and then they left. They were gone again. Now, Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard were all somewhat steadier than that. All three of them returned to the same markets year after year after year in the middle of the 1820s. Isaac Franklin had a regular sales location that he had set up in Natchez. But still, all three of them were mostly gathering people for sale by working in taverns, hanging out at estate sales and sheriff's auctions, following rumors about slaveholders in the countryside who had financial problems that might be eased or solved by selling enslaved people. Year after year after year in the middle of the 1820s. Isaac Franklin had a regular sales location that he had set up in Natchez. But still, all three of them were mostly gathering people for sale by working in taverns,
Anybody else? Get period. Bagnardi is also well known for its stunning murals, and I'll get back to that shortly. If you're a traveling Templar,
which is how come they needed black Africans for slaves.
The beating heart of the slave trade resided there, in the hands far away from the lavish Iberian palaces and castles. We are now in the realm of poor sailors, the world of taverns and cheap beer.
Published by Yale University Press. So very exciting. Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose to write this?
Well,
on Jews of 18th century Jamaica. Published by Yale University Press. So very exciting. Can you tell us a little bit about why you chose to write this?
Well, I started my graduate work writing about travel literature and the Sephardic experience, people like Yotzef Chaim David Azulai. And when I was doing my PhD at the Graduate Center for City University of New York, my advisor, Jane Gerber, who is a expert in the Sephardic experience writ large, suggested I go to Jamaica and look at archives there. And so I said, yes. Why wouldn't you? Yeah, and there I found Last Will and Testaments in abundance, and it really I became enamored with these sources, and it really changed the type of historian I was, what kind of text I was interested in, what aspect of Jewish life I really wanted to uncover. And also, Jamaica became a very fruitful place because the more I searched, I realized there were no surviving communal documents from Jamaica from the 18th century. They'd all been destroyed in an earthquake in 1907. So having this abundance of probate records, I realized that maybe the only way to really uncover the lives in my search, I realized there were no surviving communal documents from Jamaica from the 18th century. They'd all been destroyed in an earthquake in 1907. So having this abundance of probate records in an earthquake in 1907. So having this abundance of probate records, I realized that maybe the only way to really uncover the lives of this local community. So I've been spending the last several years reading wills and trying to reconstruct the history of a whole community based on just those documents.
Wow. So if you ask the average American Jew how many Jews ever lived in Jamaica, they'd say just a few vacationers for vacation. So what's the truth about that?
Well, that's not inaccurate today.
Yeah.
And today there are about 200 Jews in Jamaica, which actually makes it quite a large Caribbean community. And the community today is made up of an old guard of Portuguese, and there's a lot of Israelis there, and also a lot of an old guard of Portuguese, and there's a lot of Israelis there. And also a lot of people of color who are connected to the community either by having a heritage of having been Jewish or descended from a Jewish person, or they are attracted to Judaism. So that's the makeup of the community today. In the 18th century, they are attracted to or descended from a Jewish person, or
Spain. They sailed across the ocean blue in 1492, as you know, with Columbus. And then they started the transatlantic slave trade in black Africans. But before that, they killed off the American Indians, which is how come they needed black Africans for slaves.
When you talk about 1492, since this is...
From 1492 to 1590, roughly, the people in the Caribbean that you call Spanish, that you call Portuguese, they were 75 to 90% Jewish, because they had been kicked out of Spain the same day Columbus set sail from Spain. They couldn't live in any Spanish in Spain itself, but they could live in Spanish possessions.
they are attracted to Judaism. So that's the makeup of the community today. In the 18th century, the community reached a peak at around 1,000, which still doesn't seem like a lot. And it was actually smaller than other Caribbean communities. So Curacao and Suriname all had larger Jewish populations in the 18th century. Curacao, which still doesn't seem like a lot. And it was actually smaller than other Caribbean communities. So Curacao and Suriname all had larger Jewish populations in the 18th century. Those were Dutch colonies. But Jamaica, other Caribbean communities, so Curacao and Suriname all had larger Jewish populations in the 18th century. Those were Dutch colonies.
But the most important of them are the late arriving Baghdadi Jews. Persist there, and they will remain through. In the 18th century, there are some very, very great Jewish merchants of Cochin, at this time under the Dutch, who are openly Jewish, but Jamaica alone was bigger than all North America put together. So the communities like New York and Philadelphia and Newport and Charleston, which is so heavily in our focus of the early American Jewish experience, really that didn't amount to as many Jews that were in Kingston and Spanish Town together, not to mention all the Jews on the west coast of the island as well. All North America. So Curacao and Suriname all had larger Jewish populations in the 18th century. Those were Dutch colonies. But Jamaica alone was bigger than all North America put together. Dutch colonies. But Jamaica alone was bigger than all North America put together. So the communities like New York and Philadelphia and Newport and Charleston, which is so heavily in our focus of the early American Jewish experience, really that didn't amount to as many Jews that were in Kingston and Spanish Town together, not to mention all the Jews on the west coast of the island as well.
So that's really the beginning of the story of this region. So what is the dynamic in play with Jews and slavery in Jamaica?
Yeah, so this is obviously a huge aspect of what I write about, and the reason I write about this so much is because it was a very conspicuous aspect of the wills. As I was reading the wills, you find that that slave populations are being bequeathed en masse, and wills. As I was reading the wills, you find that that slave populations are being bequeathed en masse, and in that they're being named individually, and also you see a lot of evidence, sometimes very direct and articulate, of concubinage or relationships, sexual relationships with women of color, both enslaved and free, and then incorporating their children, and articulate of concubinage or relationships, sexual relationships with women of color, both enslaved and free, and then incorporating their children to some extent into the family through voluntary inheritance. So that all made me realize that we need to address the issue of Jewish slave ownership. Over time, I've also realized that this has been the subject of competing tendencies. One coming from an anti-Jewish position like the Nation of Islam that wanted to make the case that Jews were overly represented in the slave trade and were overly abusive to slaves. And that's not true. In fact, it's kind of puzzling why Jews weren't more involved in this. And that's not true. In fact, it's kind of puzzling why Jews weren't more involved in the slave trade, since it was a totally open.
Of which there were none until Columbus discovered them. So before Columbus lived in any Spanish in Spain itself, but they could live in Spanish possessions, of which there were none until Columbus discovered them. So before Columbus got back to Spain in February 1493, Jewish ships were already sailing to those places to colonize the place. Because Columbus didn't go to Spain first, you know. He came back to talk to his Jewish colleagues in Portugal. And he told them, there's land over there. Go get it.
The Columbus conspiracy.
The beating heart of the slave trade resided there, in the hands of a transnational assemblage of financiers. We are now in the realm of poor sailors, the world of taverns and cheap beer. The beating heart of the slave trade resided there, in the hands of a transnational assemblage of financiers, merchants, captains, and sailors, not in Lisbon or Madrid palaces, but in what today we would call the private sector. The distinction between governmental and private sector is vital in understanding the dynamics of human trafficking as it is in analyzing any other kind of commerce. When we employ terms like the Spanish, British, or US slave trades, we implicitly suggest that states were primary agents. In reality, private actors, not state entities, were the principal operative in the transatlantic slave trade. Actors crossing national boundaries, often seeking ways to circumvent or bend state laws, favoring the regulation to enhance their profits. For the slave traders, as it turned out, more often than not, the government was, quoting a well-known gentleman, the problem and not the solution. When we employ human trafficking, as it is in analyzing any other kind of commerce, when we employ terms like the Spanish, British, or US slave trades, we implicitly suggest that states were primary agents. In reality, private actors, not state entities, were the principal operative in the transatlantic slave trade. actors crossing national boundaries, often seeking ways to circumvent or bend state laws.
In fact, it's kind of puzzling why Jews weren't more involved in the slave trade, since it was a totally open.
While rector of Harvard, Increase Mather, sent an update on the Christianization of Native Americans to John Leusden, professor of Hebrew at the University of Utrecht in Holland, which Leusden then used to encourage Indian missions in the Dutch colonies.
No record of what happened to Luke Bardi after this point, but in 1752 he passed the book to
great pleasure.
My name is Catherine Matthews, and I'm the Director of Education at Old North Illuminated. Welcome to tonight's Speaker Series event, and as always, thank you very much for your support of our programming. At Old North, we work to share the stories of all the people and communities that are part of our site's physical, spiritual, and social history. In recognition of that, we acknowledge that Old North Church sits on land that was once the land of the Massachusetts people. By the time Old North was built in 1723, the Massachusetts people had been driven and displaced from their homes and decimated by disease and warfare.
End of what is, I'm sure, for many of you, busy days. So I really appreciate that. Thank you. So I'm going to, let's see here.
Pleasure of introducing you to our speaker today, Martin Cherry Lucian, and we are very excited about this, Martin, so over to you.
Hi, thank you all for coming. Tonight I'm going to be talking about one of the most treasured items in our collection, the first American edition of the Constitutions of the Freemasons, published in Philadelphia in 1734. However, before I talk about the book, I should introduce its printer and publisher. Benjamin Franklin is probably best known as one of the founding fathers of the United States of America. He signed both the Declaration of Independence in 1776 and the United States Constitutions in 1787. In fact, he was one of the 5 who drafted the Declaration of Independence, and as one of the delegates for Pennsylvania, he was involved in the Constitutional Convention, which debated and agreed upon the Constitution that would eventually be drafted by James Madison. Franklin was the elder statesman of the Founding Fathers by some distance. Having been born in 1706, he was 81 years old at the signing of the Constitution. He lived a full and a productive life, which in the context of this talk, I can barely touch upon. Franklin made his fortune as a printer and publisher. In 1728, along with his business partner Hugh Meredith, he purchased the Pennsylvania Gazette, which he quickly turned into the colony's most successful newspaper. This was shortly followed by an annual called Paul Richard's Almanac, which at its peak had a circulation of over 10,000 readers. The Poor Richard was Richard Saunders, Franklin's pseudonym, and he produced most of the copy for both publications. Franklin made so much money from producing the Gazette and Almanac that he retired from the day-to-day running of both in 1748 to concentrate on the pursuits that really interested him. Franklin became a Freemason in 1731, joining the St. John's Lodge at the Sun Tavern in Philadelphia. We don't know why Franklin became a Freemason. The Pennsylvania Gazette had published an exposure of Masonic rituals just months before Franklin's initiation, and when he was 21 years old, he formed the Leather Apron Club, which discussed moral and philosophical issues. St. John's Lodge was just a year old when Franklin was initiated, and it was hardly a hotbed of radical Enlightenment thought. Its membership consisted of 4 bricklayers, a farmer, a lawyer, a sea captain, and a merchant. By 1734, the lodge had moved to the nearby Tun Tavern, which was also the meeting place of the Provincial Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania, under the Grand Lodge of England. In June 1734, the following short article was published in the Pennsylvania Gazette. Monday last, a Grand Lodge of the Ancient and Honourable Society of Free and Accepted Masons in this province was held at the Tun Tavern in Water Street, when Benjamin Franklin, being elected Grand Master for the year in Water Street, when Benjamin Franklin, being elected Grand Master for the year ensuing, appointed Mr. John Crapp to be his deputy, and James Hamilton Esquire, and Thomas Hopkinson Gent were chosen wardens, after which a very elegant entertainment was provided, and the proprietor, the governor, and several other persons of distinction honoured the society with their presence. As well as reporting on his Masonic activities, Franklin also used the Gazette to write up scientific experiments that he conducted, notably on the nature of electricity. This included his kite in a thunderstorm experiment, which he Masons in this province was held at the Tun Tavern in Society of Free and Accepted Masons in this province was held at the Tun Tavern.
Hanging out at estate sales for sale, by working in taverns, hanging out at estate sales and sheriff's auctions, following rumors about slaveholders in the countryside who had financial problems that might be eased or solved by selling enslaved people. Now, Franklin and Arnfield first met in 1824. They got to know each other a little bit in the course of doing business. And in 1828, they decided to join forces. They pooled their money. They created a partnership. And they decided to go into the slave trading business together.
Why Jews weren't more involved in the slave trade, since it was a totally open type of endeavor that had no guilds or protections like that. And Jews owned slaves to the same extent that everybody else did, so there were no particularities. Now, this stands in contrast to a rival kind of mentality where Jews must have treated their slaves better, because how could you be sitting at a Passover Seder saying we were once slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt while being served by slaves? Passover Seder saying we were once slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt while being served by slaves. Mentality where Jews must have treated their slaves better, because how could you be sitting at a Passover Seder saying we were once slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt while being served by slaves.
By the will of God, Cotton Mather proclaimed, Christians were discovering the Indian languages. Reverend Mather then published a short catechism in Iroquois, Latin and English, to transform the Dutch and English merchants who were heading into Iroquois into missionaries. And it's for that reason that there was, in fact, predictably, extraordinary excitement in Harvard Hall as the governors, faculty, and students joined public officials and ministers of the neighboring towns on March 27, 1722, to celebrate the baptism of Judah Monis. The Reverend Benjamin Coleman, one of the college's most influential trustees and a commissioner of the New England Company, officiated and delivered the sermon. The Harvard Corporation elected Monis to an instructorship in Hebrew, but faculty had to be practicing Christians. At Yale, in fact, the trustees' records actually read something very similar, quote, every student shall consider ye main end of his study to know God in Jesus Christ. In 1720, Harvard awarded Monis a master's degree for his Hebrew primer. His public conversion to Christianity was a spectacular moment in Puritan New England. Another century passed before a professing Jew graduated from Harvard College, and Monis was the only ethnically Jewish person to hold a degree from Harvard in its first century. Quote, pray to God for me that he may, in his mercy, often bless me in the faith of Jesus the Messiah, Monis wrote to the Reverend Robert Woodrow of Scotland, adding that Christianity was, quote, the only and true faith. Increase Mather, the president of Harvard, penned the preface to the conversion narrative, dedicated it to the Jewish nation, and listed several famous Jewish converts to display the irreversible direction of religion.
This is Fresh Air. I'm Terry Gross. There is a very dark part of the Catholic Church's history that has only recently come to the attention of the public. For more than a century, the Church financed its expansion and its institutions with the profits from the enslaved people the Church bought and sold. Without the enslaved, the Catholic Church in the United States as we know it today would not exist, writes my guest, Rachel Swarns. She says the priests prayed for the salvation of the souls of the people they owned, even as they bought and sold their bodies. In 1838, the Jesuits sold 272 enslaved people
or anybody else, military or otherwise. It's important to bring a deck of cards. And indeed, there was a 13th century playing card that was found not so far from here, just suggesting the ways in which all of this material in the Southern Nile area seems to be coalescing around the idea of a Christian center with influences from the outside. How this individual got here, we know almost nothing about his identity other than this, we don't know. There was certainly a lot of warfare happening during the Crusades. It could have been somebody who had been captured and was sent here, somebody who was ill, somebody who was exploring. But I think it leads to the possibility that there is an important set of connections here. We can return to the continent itself in the well-known Catalan map of 1375, with Mansa Musa on the left holding aloft a gold coin. We pay less attention to the king known as the Organe. And what about Ife itself? What are its possible connections? That we don't know. There are a couple of hints that there may have been something linked to Christianity here. I don't
For 2,000 years, God preserved the Jews, quote, for some great design, Mather exalted, which he added could only be their conversion.
don't know what Christian means in this context, I will say. A set of beliefs, a set of practices, rituals, or simply trade connections. But the well-known figures from Benin, rituals, or simply trade connections. But the well-known figures from Benin, rituals, or simply trade connections. But the well-known figures from Benin on the left, which bear a Maltese-like equal-armed cross, are said to be messengers from the king of Ife, and their attire also is suggestive of a religious figure. We have here as well really striking pavements of stones or potsherds in the larger Yoruba area, Ife certainly, but also more broadly, whose closest parallels are in the kind of pavements that one finds in the Coptic medieval period, particularly in places such as Jerusalem. And possibly what we're seeing here is a connection between a pilgrimage site, Jerusalem itself, and the impacts that are being underway in places such as Ife in the middle of Nigeria. Other parallels, we can look at the silk trade. There's silkworms harvested in one of the royal sanctuaries outside of Ile-Ife, cowrie shells coming in from the Indian Ocean, particularly linked to the deity Eshu, who's positioned in market, so in means of exchange, and glass that was manufactured here and sold broadly in West Africa. At the site of Tada itself are remarkable goods that I think are part of this East-West engagement in casts of bronze, a baby elephant, referencing ivory, which was an important trading source going east-west and across the Sahara. Ostriches, the source for ostrich feathers, which were an even more easily transported and acquired trade item. Ostrich feathers, of course, are part of the Medici emblem, and other sort of technical acquired trade item. Ostrich feathers, of course, are part of the Medici emblem, and other sort of technical skills that suggest a kind of complementarity with what's happening in other parts of the world. Here, one of the main figures from Tada wearing a robe which is like nothing other that we've seen in sub-Saharan African art. It's a bronze casting, nearly life-size, and the robe bears, among other things, these cross forms, kind of Maltese cross or Coptic cross forms, as well as birds with looping wings. The closest parallel I've seen is in the coronation robe of the Holy Roman Emperor, circa 1300. This work dates to that general time period. Was this a source? We don't know. Certainly robes were made and traded broadly. Another close parallel is in a robe shown on a mural painted at Banganardi itself, with similar birds shown on them. And one can look at parallels in terms of the Coptic patriarch, religious attire, etc., in conjunction with Ife. There's also the tradition of Ogboni, an association highly secret in the Yoruba area that was associated with King Obalufon II, who was also the principal patron of the bronze casting arts, associated with good governance. He was the god of textiles. The figure on the left was at the same Tada site. And the figure in the upper right is from Ife, suggesting Ife, during this period, had control of this very remunerative trading center. What is the source of Ogboni? We simply don't know. And its extent of its impact is also a really important question. But in some ways, it links very closely with trade. The left fist above right fist gesture, the role of this group in safeguarding roads, in keeping the king in check. They name the king, but also can overturn the king, and the ways in which it creates kind of a brotherhood of leaders to promote financial well-being and to the benefit of society itself. In Europe, the closest parallel I've come to is a fisted gesture that actual Masons used.
favoring the regulation to enhance the transatlantic slave private actors that states were British or US slave trades, we implicitly like as it is in analyzing any other kind of commerce. When we employ terms like the Spanish, British, or US slave trades, we implicitly suggest that states were primary agents. In reality, private actors, not state entities, were the principal operative in the transatlantic slave trade. Actors crossing national boundaries, often seeking ways to circumvent or bend state laws, favoring the regulation to enhance their profits. For the slave traders, as it turned out, more often than not, the government was, quoting a well-known gentleman, the problem and not the solution. The executive role of merchants can be better visualized when we move our attention far from Lisbon or Madrid to the Atlantic coast of West Africa in the 1500s. The first region that joined the transatlantic slave trade stretched from today's Senegal to Sierra Leone, an ecosystem of rivers that hosts the most diverse ethno-linguistic population in West Africa. Called Upper Guinea by historians, this region supplied 89% of nearly 64,000 Africans who had landed in the Americas by the mid-16th century. Most likely, the first enslaved Africans who actually landed in the United States, those who landed in Georgia or Florida, were Upper Guineans. The three main embarkation regions were located not too far from each other, on the coastline stretched today from today's Senegal to Guinea-Bissau. Enslaved procured there were then sent to the neighboring Cape Verde, a Portuguese possession since the 1460s, where most slave ships arrived seeking human cargo. Upper Guinea pioneer role was facilitated not only by the pre-Columbian trading networks, but also by the maritime and ocean currents that connected North Atlantic Africa and the Caribbean coastlines in the age of sails. But before we turn our attention to Upper Guinea, I would like to highlight a critical point. In my years of teaching the transatlantic slave trade, I have often encountered a widespread belief that at some point in the past, the all-powerful Europeans arrived in their large sailing ships and coerced peaceful rulers, chiefs, and villagers into selling their people. Another, even more simplistic yet widespread belief posits that European sailors armed with their muskets got off their ships and kidnapped terrified villagers. The consensus among experts in African history, including scholars like John Thornton, Walter Hawthorne, Mariana Candido, and Boubacar Barry, is conclusive. Africans, an umbrella term that I will use for now to refer to a universe of people from different polities, regions, and languages across 10,000 miles of continental coastline, were powerful decision makers during the era of the transatlantic slave trade. They controlled the supply of captives, negotiated with Europeans, defined the nature of the operations in their dominions, and set the rules in their lands. Understanding this fundamental dynamic is crucial for several reasons. First, it clarifies the mechanics of the transatlantic slave trade. Second, it offers a clearer picture of the fragmented nature of the Atlantic human trafficking machinery, and, what I consider to be most important, it cleanses our understanding of the past from ideologically racialized and colonial-driven narrative that strip agency from Africans. During the first voyage along the Senegal estuary, the Portuguese attempted to obtain what they wanted by force, by raiding villages and kidnapping people. As Senegalese historian Boubacar Barry has shown, Senegambians possessed a sophisticated military and maritime culture capable of protecting their own land. So, the invaders were consistently repelled and had to conform to the rules of trade. From the perspective of Senegambian merchants and rulers, the Portuguese represented just another opportunity to expand their trade beyond their internal markets. Since commerce, not conquest, ultimately became the leading form of interaction, the next logical step for the Iberians was to integrate themselves into the fabric of those societies in which they wanted to conduct trade. Early forms of Portuguese accommodations have been well studied by historians. I will outline only its broad components. To settle and build commercial outpost, the newcomers had to adhere to local rules of etiquette, diplomacy, and subordination. They follow what George Brooks once described as the autochthonous relationship between strangers, the newcomers, and the landlords, the Africans. The strangers had to request authorization from the landlords, be it a king or a head of a more decentralized community or villages, by offering tributes, forging alliances, pledging submission, and agreeing to defend the land in case of aggression. Assimilation also entailed building kinships. When successful in their enterprises, the newcomers had to espouse women related to the elite. In polygamous societies, these unions enabled the formation of political alliances between foreign merchants and the ruling class. It is important to note, however, that these women were not necessarily passive actors. Sometimes they were, in fact, the decision makers, as historians Vanessa Oliveira and Hilary Jones have shown with the case of the so-called African señoras or doñas. The union between Portuguese men and African women resulted in a progeny of mixed heritage, often called Eurafricans, who became influential figures in West Africa, political leaders, and cultural brokers. The union between Portuguese men and African women resulted in a progeny of mixed heritage, often called Eurafricans, who became influential figures in West Africa, political leaders, and cultural brokers. They play a central role in local politics in the years to come. Once settled and ready to trade, the newcomers had to link with merchants from the interior, the people who carried the captives to the coast. To better illustrate the mechanism of enslavement from the interior to the coast, let us focus on the political and ethnic landscape of the region extending from the Gambia River in the north to the Geba River in the south, from Senegal to Guinea-Bissau. The union between Portuguese men and African women resulted in a progeny of mixed heritage, often called Eurafricans, who became influential figures in West Africa, political leaders, and cultural brokers.
In Germany in the 16th century. American missionaries who went to Nigeria in the 19th century felt that Ogboni was in some way a form of very early Freemasonry. How that connects with Freemasonry of the West, that's a question, if it does at all. But scholars today working on Freemasonry are beginning to think about the importance of the medieval era, and in part around the idea that a kind of intellectual Freemasonry or set of ideas and values were being formulated at that time that were somewhat different from what was happening in the 18th century with Freemasonry and its roles in various revolutions. So we have the fisted gesture. This is also an important gesture in the Nile Valley as a kind of icon of power and good fortune. The issue of one fist above the other in some ways being seen as parallel to bricklaying or stone laying, one stone above the other. The form of Adin Ogboni is also of striking interest. In its most basic form, and the images on the left are from the Palace Museum in Ife, it looks very similar to a compass, a European compass, with two metal rods joined by a chain. If there is any connection between the two in a more active sense, I do not know of it. If there was originally, if this was a trade good that came in, certainly by the time that I and others have looked at this, all of that kind of use of a compass for building or for scientific measurements seem to have gone by the wayside. But this becomes a key symbol of the Brotherhood of Ogboni in much the same way that it became a key symbol of the Brotherhood of Freemasonry in the West.
and the pretender to the British throne. England may have bloodied the nose of the Jacobite rising, but that did not end the influence of the pretender to the crown. A crown worn since 1714 by George I, placed on the throne via the Act of Succession, a Protestant, preferred by Parliament, and a pragmatic and rational choice for the politically
But people did that. And as to a rival kind of mentality where Jews must have treated their slaves better. Because how could you be sitting at a Passover Seder saying we were once slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt while being served by slaves? But people did that. And so some scholars reached an apologetic conclusion saying we were once slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt while being served by slaves. But people did that. And so some scholars reached an apologetic conclusion in the 20th century saying that Jews manumitted their slaves more readily or treated them better. And I find that no position is really captures the truth. So in fact, I crunched the numbers in my wills and I found that slaves were about 11 times more likely to be bequeathed than they were to be freed by Jews. So it's very uncommon to actually free manumit slaves. And there are cases of Jewish abuse of slaves. And then there are plenty of cases of manumissions. In one case, he manumits a Jewish slave owner manumits his quote-unquote mulatto son because of the love and affection he has for him. So there are cases of sort of sentimentality as well. But Jews are like everybody else. There are some abusive slave owners, and there are some that own slaves because that's what's done in the colony that they live in. Yeah.
So if it's the case that Jews were more or less following the same patterns as anyone else living in that area, is it your understanding that that's the same case for the Jewish North in North America and the Jewish South in North America, that essentially they operate no different than those in the region?
Yeah, I think that's where we are in the scholarship on this issue right now, and there's some new scholarship coming out, especially focused on Suriname, where Jews had a whole plantation community of their own, autonomous Jewish plantation village called Yoden Savannah, where they enslaved thousands of Africans. So there's been a lot of new research, and I think where we are writ large is that the Jews show no particularity in their slave ownership than anybody else. And that's true in the American South as well. And there were, proportionally to the numbers, because there were more Jews living in the North at the time of the Civil War, but proportionately there was as much support for the Southern cause among Jews as there were for as there was for the cause of the North. And ironically, there was as much support for the Southern cause among Jews as there were for as there was for the cause of the North. And ironically, the rabbinate was quite split on the issue of emancipation of slaves, and it was quite split on the issue of emancipation of slaves. And so in one case, Morris Raffal in New York wrote a very famous piece, an editorial, where he defended slavery because, after all, the Bible endorses slavery, and the Bible actually sets out very clear parameters by which a Jew should own slaves, or how a Jew should own slaves. That was opposed by, he was more of the Orthodox, you may call, spectrum, or a supporter of like Isaac Leeser type of Judaism in America, whereas the Reform took a more progressive policy towards that. And so people like, I think his name was Bernard Felsenthal in Chicago, and famously David Einhorn, a Reform rabbi, who was a student, if I'm not mistaken, a student of Kaufman Kohler, or I may have it, actually I think I have it the other way around. Right, an important important foundational figure in Reform Judaism in America. He was in Baltimore and he avidly championed the cause of abolition. He was actually run out of his own home in Baltimore for doing that because it was a slave supporting.
So all of the Reform progressive abolitionists would have been in the North or relatively close. We wouldn't be finding them in the South, right?
Well, theoretically, in the South there were positions. So let's say the furthest south maybe have been Cincinnati, where someone like Isaac Mayer Wise, a towering figure in American Jewry, took a kind of middle position where he wasn't willing to say that slavery was antithetical to Judaism, but found some shared cause. One thing that nobody was an abolitionist.
Oh, really?
And that is because the the supporters of abolitionism in America had a very anti-Jewish rhetoric. He wasn't willing to say that slavery was antithetical to Judaism, but found some shared cause. One thing that nobody was an abolitionist.
Oh, really?
Shared cause. One thing that nobody was an abolitionist.
Oh, really?
And that is because the the supporters of abolitionism in America had a very anti-Jewish.
Now, when you say the ships are already sailing to those planetic that you from 1492 to 1590 roughly, the people in the Caribbean that you call Spanish, that you call Portuguese, they were 75 to 90% Jewish because they had been kicked out of Spain the same day Columbus set sail from Spain. They couldn't live in any Spanish in Spain itself, but they could live in Spanish possessions, of which there were none until Columbus discovered them. So before Columbus got back to Spain in February 1493, Jewish ships were already sailing to those places to colonize the place. Because Columbus didn't go to Spain first, He came back to talk to his Jewish colleagues in Portugal. And he told them, there's land over there. Go get it.
The Columbus conspiracy. Now, when you say the Spanish in the islands are Jewish, are we talking about people?
Spanish and Portuguese. The Spanish colonized this, the Spanish did this, that, and the other thing. And when the Spanish didn't do it, the Portuguese did it in South America. Those Spanish and those Portuguese were 75 to 90% Jewish.
They were white Jewish, or?
Yeah, they were white Jews. They were from Iberia. They were as white as anybody else. They were as white as any Spaniard.
Okay. And so...
Look, the biggest town in the Caribbean between 1492 and, let's say, 1550, was a town called Jew Savannah in South America, and that was the head of the slave trade.
And that's why the second
Savannah, say, 1550, was a town called Jew Savannah.
Was a slave supporting.
So all of the Reform progressive.
And so in one case, Morris Raffal in New York wrote numbers because showed no particular Jewish
case for the Jewish North in North America and the Jewish South in North America. That is.
So there are cases of sort of sentimentality as well. Say, in contrast, slave, totally open, open type of endeavor that had no guilt, free manumit. A Jewish slave owner manumits, but he has some colony.
That's the same case operating
right now, where Jews had a whole plantation community of their own, autonomous Jewish plantation village called Yodin Savannah, where they of their own, autonomous Jewish plantation village called Yodin Savannah.
I don't know, 1550, was a town called Jew Savannah in South America, and that was the head of the slave trade.
And that's why the second largest population of black people outside of Africa is in South America?
And the Caribbean. Yeah, because they were taken from Africa, first shipment in 1441, across the Atlantic after 1492. They went first to Spain and Portugal. But then when the Spanish colonists, or the Jewish colonists in the Caribbean and South America, had run out of American Indians because they died too quickly, they then remembered the 1441 voyage and said, okay, boys, we know where we can get more servants, more slaves. So then they started to import black Africans across the Atlantic.
Now, you might have a big argument on your hands because there are Jewish people here that say the Jews weren't involved in the slave trade.
That's nice. They should consult the Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 11. It talks all about it. I'm not going to argue with anybody.
Okay, so it is written that, and then some may go so far as to say, well, not all Jews, just maybe a handful of Jews were involved in the slave trade.
Well, according to studies by Bristow, who's a Jewish author, Jewish households were 30% more likely to be slaveholding than non-Jewish households in the southern United States.
Okay, so...
Now, look, everybody, okay, I just want to say something here. This is the best-kept secret. Well, it's not the best-kept secret in history. There's been a few. But it's been the best-kept secret the last 500 years. Now, I'm not going to argue with anybody about it because they can get the Jewish Encyclopedia, especially Volume 11, but all the way through it, which goes into great detail about this. Now, if you're non-Jewish and you say this, you're anti-Semitic, right? But if you are a Jew and you say this, oh, everything's okay. You should get a book called Dark and Dashing Horsemen by, I think it's Stan Steiner. And this is all about the Jewish conquistadors. It's okay because it was a Jew who wrote it.
Where they enslaved thousands of Africans. So there's been a lot of new research, and I think where we are writ large is that the Jews show no particularity in their slave ownership than anybody else. And that's true in the American South as well. And there were proportionally to the numbers, because there were more Jews living in the North at the time of the Civil War, but proportionately there was as much support for the Southern cause among Jews as there were for as there was for the cause of the North. In Baltimore, and he avidly championed the cause of abolition. He was actually run out of his own home in Baltimore. For doing that, because it was a slave supporting.
So all of the Reform Progressive Abolitionists would have been in the North or relatively close. We wouldn't be finding them in the South, right?
Well, theoretically, in the South there were positions. So let's say the furthest south maybe have been Cincinnati, where someone like Isaac Mayer Wise, a towering figure in American Jewry, took a kind of middle position where he wasn't willing to say that slavery was antithetical to Judaism, but found some shared cause. One thing that nobody was an abolitionist.
Oh, really?
And that is because the abolitionism, the supporters of abolitionism in America had a very anti-Jewish rhetoric associated with their cause.
Even Quakers did?
Yeah, it's true. And William Lloyd Garrison also had said some quite hostile things towards the Jews. So you find that even rabbis like David Einhorn, who is probably the most supportive of emancipation, never really called himself an abolitionist.
So it wasn't a difference in values as much as sort of identity.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, interesting. Now, Of course, there were Jews of color in Jamaica, and so how does the Jewish community in Jamaica, particularly Jewish slave owners, relate to Jews of color? Are they primarily Jews? Are they primarily people of color? Did Jewish white folks own Jewish people of color? So what did all that look like?
Yeah, so this is the $1 million question, right? What is the Jewish identity? How do you define it for mulatto Jews, as they're called in Suriname, or Jews of color, people with Jewish ancestry? Did they identify as Jews? Were they incorporated in the community? Were they incorporated into the family? And it's hard to answer that question in Jamaica because there are no communal records. But there are communal records in Suriname. So this is what we know about Suriname, was that these Jews were part of the community. They were called mulatto Jews in the records. But they were not able to achieve the status of Yechidim. So they are congregants, which were lesser status, where they were paying taxes to the community but couldn't receive communal honors. And in fact, there were moments when they had burial. Part of the community, they were called mulatto Jews in the records. But they were not able to achieve the status of Yechidim. So they are congregants, which were lesser status, where they were paying taxes to the community but couldn't receive communal honors. And in fact, there were moments when they had burial that was in somewhat of a less choice area of the cemetery in Yoden Savannah that led to an attempt of what probably was a learning academy, a yeshiva, called Darchei Yesharim of mulatto Jews, to try to maybe secede from the community or to assert an independence from the community. That was sort of an abortive attempt. That's because really a tax issue more than a racial issue, perhaps. It's hard to say. But what we can say is that they were buried in separate parts of the synagogue, separate parts of the cemetery. There were differentiations in their burial plots, and they had a clearly marginal status within the community. Yet they were totally identified as being Jewish.
Being Jewish wouldn't have been any street cred to avoid slavery, though, right?
You mean to avoid being enslaved?
Enslaved, yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yeah. Wouldn't have been any street cred to avoid slavery, though, right?
You mean to avoid being enslaved?
Enslaved, yeah. Avoid slavery, though, right?
You mean to avoid being enslaved?
Enslaved, yeah.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Right, not necessarily. It gives you some street cred, let's say, in Suriname, because at certain points in Surinamese history in the 18th century, especially into the 19th century, Jews become the dominant white group.
And here we have some of these Ogboni statues joining together individuals by means of a chain, a brotherhood that is in support of good governments, of trade, and having various judiciary functions. We can go to the scientific framework of this in the use of compasses in various ways for navigation, for travel, and the like. All of these are certainly possible. We think about the importance of gestures in the context of the silent trade, which was developed and broadly used in the medieval and early modern period, particularly in international contexts where you wanted to engage openly, out in the open, but secretly with somebody, and often one did this by gestures, hand gestures, a certain number of digits, and gestures is a key part of Edang Boni. In addition, you have the development of a capitalization system called Isusu, where women, among others, would give a certain amount of money each week or each month, and then one of them would have enough capital to be able to purchase large amounts of goods, textiles, for example, which were coming in most likely from Asia, along with cowrie shells, etc. This Isusu system, well known among the Yoruba and other groups in Nigeria, eventually traveled to Ghana and to Jamaica and played a similar role in small-scale capitalization. So we have here in the Niger-Benue, eventually traveled to Ghana and to Jamaica.
They play a central role, often called Eurafricans, who became influential figures in West Africa, political leaders, and cultural brokers. They play a central role in local politics in the years to come. Once settled and ready to trade, the new politics in the years to come. Once settled and ready to trade, the newcomers had to link with merchants from the interior, the people who carried the captives to the coast. To better illustrate the mechanism of enslavement from the interior to the coast, let us focus on the political and ethnic landscape of the region extending from the Gambia River in the north to the Geba River in the south, from Senegal to Guinea-Bissau. 16th century Upper Guinea was typical in that warfare, kidnapping, or raids were the principal vehicles for enslavement. By the 16th century, the dominant kingdom in Upper Guinea was Kabu, a federation of Mande states that had risen from the disintegration of the Empire of Mali. Guinea-Bissau. 16th century Upper Guinea was typical in that warfare, kidnapping, or raids were the principal vehicles for enslavement. By the 16th century, the dominant kingdom in Upper Guinea was Kabu, a federation of Mande states that had risen from the disintegration of the Empire of Mali. Kabu enlarged its power by subjugating neighboring coastal communities, such as the Biafada, Balanta, Brame, Flub, Banyun, and Kasanga people. The dominant kingdom in Upper Guinea was Kabu, a federation of Mande states that had risen from the disintegration of the Empire of Mali. A federation of Mande states that had risen from the disintegration of the Empire of Mali. Kabu enlarged its power by subjugating neighboring coastal communities, such as the Biafada, Balanta, Brame, Flub, Banyun, and Kasanga people. Let us take the case of the Kasanga people, who inhabited the land between the Casamance and Cachor rivers. The Kasanga waged war against their neighbors, the Flub, Balanta, and Brame. However, one of their primary targets was the Banyu people, who resided on the northern side of the Casamance River. The Banyu did not remain passive spectators of these foreign aggressions. They retaliated by capturing Kasanga, but they also enslaved others, such as the Flub and Brame. As Hawthorne has shown, other groups in the region, such as the Balanta and the Biafada, were often in war, enslaving each other. This relentless correlation between warfare and enslavement was not a diversion from a historical norm or a historical pattern. Communities enslaved those they perceived as the other, foreign, or alien. This behavior was not unique to Africans either. The Castilians enslaved Slavs. The Greeks enslaved Circassians. The Vikings enslaved Britons. And the Caribs enslaved Arawaks. This is also to say that in every practical sense, this is important, Africans did not enslave Africans. The Kasanga enslaved the Banyu, and the Banyu enslaved the Flub. The formation of Africanness as a shared identity was a historically complex process studied by multiple historians. It likely began to take root when, in the cramped bottom of a sailing ship, a Banyu man looked at the ice
and played a similar Nigeria, etc. This Isusu system, well known among the Yoruba and other groups in Nigeria, eventually traveled to Ghana and to Jamaica and played a similar role in small-scale capitalization. So we have here in the Niger-Benue confluence area just an array of elements that make us think globally. The chain could be used for many things, simply symbolic, but also if the Ogboni are required to keep peace and to safeguard the roads from pirates and others, robbers, and to collect debt, that idea of chains and potential enslavement, I think, is a viable link between them. And we find these as symbols, not only in the DGB sites, or symbols, icons, one could say, objects of importance, but also in Tada. And to collect debt, that idea of chains and potential enslavement, I think, is a viable link between them. And we find these as symbols, not only in the DGB sites, or symbols, icons, one could say, objects of importance, but also in Tada. And in another important center here, just looking at the array of ways in which in this important area these things are co-joined. Let me end by turning back to the painting of Leo Africanus and link it within that group, and then turn as well to sort of final remarks. Scholars have debated, is this really a portrait of Leo Africanus? And my close looking at it makes it very clear that it is. There are a number of reasons. One, the globe, most likely facing toward Asia. That was the real concern. How do we get to Asia? A feather pen, a compass, a book, a glove, and a satchel of money, all of which would have been important, sort of bespeaking of Leo Africanus in this period. His physiognomy also suggests in some ways his identity as somebody who'd grown up in Andalusia and was part of that particular culture. Perhaps also in the ways in which his eyes are slightly cast down and to the side suggests a kind of differentiation of status or outsider that may be a part of this. And I think his gesture, pointing down toward the earth in what I'm going to be looking at shortly, was extraordinarily important. And simply to add here that Asia was not just Asia. It was about reaching Asia and in some ways stopping the Ottoman expansion.
Of his Kasanga shipmate, and both understood their fate. Warfare predated the Portuguese arrival. He was rooted in conflict lost in the annals of time. If anything, the newcomers took advantage of these conflicts. That being said, most historians have shown that the rise of the Atlantic slave trade catalyzed wars in the interior or even buttressed the creation of predatory enslaving states. The long-term consequences of the Atlantic slave trade in Africa are still a subject of debate. Once trapped in the wheels of war, people were transported to the coast in caravans that covered hundreds of miles. One such enclave in the mid-16th century was Bugendo, a Portuguese-owned outpost in Upper Guinea. At Bugendo, negotiations between the Portuguese and caravan leaders were also placed. Although presenting a detailed description of this stage is beyond our scope here,
it was Christianity versus the Islamic community within this larger context, not only in Europe, but also elsewhere. And what I think we're seeing in the end is a kind of triptych-like painting triad of cross-currencies, with Raphael's portrait of Leo X and two cardinals that followed on. He was, of course, from Florence, from the Medici family, 1518, following on a portrait of a cardinal from Genoa in 1516 that in some ways harkens back to Raphael's school of Athens, with the pointing of the finger toward the sky and thinking about a kind of philosophical debate. And then Leo Africanus himself in 1520.
Which helped save what is now Georgetown University from bankruptcy and helped stabilize the Jesuits in Maryland. In 2016, Swarns wrote an article published on the front page of the New York Times, headlined, "272 Slaves Were Sold to Save Georgetown. What Does It Owe Their Descendants?" Rachel Swarns' new book expands on that article and tells the story of the church's history of enslavement in America while illustrating the consequences by focusing on generations of one family that had several members among those 272 people sold by the church in 1838. Two descendants of the family she writes about in the book found each other as a result of her New York Times article. She was a reporter at the Times for 22 years and is now a contributing writer on race and race relations.
Just say, okay, here we are. They resist and point out these contradictions, but it wasn't enough to persuade the priests or the church to take a different path.
How did the church justify enslaving people?
There's a long history, obviously, of enslavement.
And unhappy potentates. This one is already causing a stir.
People?
There's a long history, obviously, of enslavement even before the British colonies are set up. And slavery is mentioned in the Bible. And so the Jesuits often point to St. Paul and passages in the Bible that talk about the responsibility of the enslaved and of masters, too. And so there is this history that feels familiar. But in the British colony, in the Americas, it becomes racialized, it becomes hereditary in a way that it was not before. And I think, too, you pointed out that Maryland was set up as a place for Catholics, and many Catholics sought refuge there. That was part of the issue as well. The Catholic priests who were persecuted, and Catholics wanted to be established. An establishment society established in Maryland meant slave ownership. That was part of it. So,
But he'll tell you about that. Gerald, where are you?
with me, save one on a 9/11 book, in which I didn't want her to know who the source was in case we got subpoenaed. And also here are a couple of friends who have actually had a role in helping on the book. Chris Peterson, in this next to last role, is a very dear friend of mine from San Francisco. He was retired. He said, you know, I have extra time. And I said, great, maybe. Happy Argentine colonel had been ordered, obviously, by the civilian government to open up what was the equivalent of their Mengele file. And I was put into a side room, and there was a treasure trove of 10 years of Mengele's life. Everything from his entry into the government to his passports that he traveled on. It was a documentary treasure trove. And over on a table to the right were a whole bunch of other files, some of which I was able, in looking at those, you could see the files of Nazis who had arrived in Argentina, some of them with the blessing of a bishop in Rome, Bishop Udall, an Austrian, and some of them with Father Weber, who had been a very energetic priest who was helping to get Nazis south.
It was those kinds of things that contributed to the growth of slavery and its connections to the church.
So the family that you write about, whose history you trace, it begins with Anne Joyce, a free woman from the Caribbean who goes to England, you don't know exactly how or why, but signs up to be an indentured servant coming to America. So she comes to America with a contract as an indentured servant. What would the advantage be to her of coming to America as an indentured servant? Why would she sign up voluntarily for that?
She was looking for the kind of freedom that life in Maryland offered to Black people who finished their terms of indenture. Some Black people were able to buy property, livestock, even land. This was a place where she could establish herself, have a family, and enjoy the kind of freedom that was possible, even though it seemed like new laws were going to make it slip away a bit.
What did the contract say, her indentured servant contract?
We don't know exactly, but typically what those contracts said is that you would be providing your labor to your employer for a period of years, 5 years, say, and that after that you would be free to set off on your own.
So during the period she was serving her time, the man she was working for returned to England for a while. And so he gave her to his powerful cousin, Colonel Henry Darnall, who was Maryland's deputy governor. And when she completed her service, she presented her indentured contract to him, expecting to get her freedom. But what did he do with the contract?
Right. So that was a time where she figured, we'll part ways and I am going to live the life that I came here to live. Instead, her contract was burnt and she was forced into servitude. Again, we don't know the details, but it seems that she protested. And the reason why we think that is that her grandson would later say that she was forced into a cellar where she was held for a period of time. And it was when she emerged from that cellar that, she knew that this was going to be her fate, that she was enslaved and that she wouldn't be free. But she never forgot what she lost. She never forgot.
So generations of this family were enslaved because of this man who did not honor her contract and burned it instead.
That's exactly right. And she was enslaved, powerless in many respects. I mean, in almost all respects, right? But she was determined to do what she could. And what she could do is tell her story. And she did do that. She told her children, she told her grandchildren, and they passed on that story across the generations, saying we should have been free. Our liberty was stolen.
After she was enslaved and her contract was burned, she gave birth to several mixed-race children, and you write, children from men whose advances she was powerless to reject.
Thank you for having us. It's an honor to be here.
It surely is.
I want to say to my viewing audience here tonight that in order to find light, this subject matter and this book takes us through a very dark, painful tunnel. It is my hope that doing a program like this might help illuminate the issues, have people to understand some of the history of slavery, which directly connects to how all of us live in this country today and how we see each other. Thank you for doing this book, The American Slave Coast, Ned and Constance Sublette. There are so many places we could start, but I want to start here. Thomas Jefferson, who is approximately 8 miles sort of southwest of this studio, and the edifice sits down there on the bank of the Potomac River, was a slaveholder, and he bred slaves. And the slaves that he bred, when they were sold, they would march from Charlottesville on foot with shackles around their necks, sometimes to New Orleans, to Mississippi, and other points south. I want to start there. When you were doing the research for this book and you came upon that kind of a reality, what was your reaction?
My first reaction to that sort of thing, when I would be reading about it, reading the descriptions, the first thing I always thought of was the women, because I knew that no doubt there were women who were marching in these coffles, who were pregnant, who were nursing a child, had another child with them, maybe all three. So the march itself is extraordinarily difficult. They're not being fed very well. They're being mistreated. And they're having to deal with a terrified small child, a nursing child, and maybe a child on the way, and maybe other things as well. That's the first thing I thought of.
Let me stay with you. You said a terrifying journey.
Yes.
That's a terrifying journey. Describe it.
First of all, you're being taken away from your family. You do have a family, particularly in the time of Jefferson in Virginia. Most people, even if they had been sold away from the home that they had been brought up in, they were sold to another plantation where they would have relatives. So there is a whole family community. So you're being taken away from that, and that's everything you know. That includes your culture, your religion, the music that you like to sing and play when you have a chance to do it, maybe even the church that you are in. All of that is being taken away from you. You are being taken away from that, and you're going somewhere else that you know nothing about, and you are being thrown in with a huge number of people you don't know.
Yeah.
Every farm with slaves was a slave breeding farm. Let's just start there. Because every child born to a slave owner enhanced the slave owner's wealth.
It could be broadly said that, like in everything already described, the Portuguese had to follow customary rules, often lodging the caravan heads and pay tributes or taxes to the landlords. I would like to draw attention to an aspect that consistently emerged from the historical records. It is particularly troubling and heart-rending, which is a lot to say in the context of the transatlantic slave trade. This trafficking machinery would have not functioned effectively for over 3 centuries without the active involvement of large segments of the population. Ordinary people, not particularly evil or particularly good, people invested in raising their own families and protecting their communities. Porters, farmers, cattle ranchers, carpenters, coopers, cooks, ironsmiths. Slave trading outposts, such as the one at Bugendo, were supported by villages catering to the slave trade. Farmers sold their crops, cooks made the meals for the captives, others sustained and guarded the slaves in the barracks, and some repaired incoming ships. Skilled sailors, called the crewmen, drove the canoes that loaded the victims onto vessels. After an arduous day of paddling, these men returned home, where the family awaited with a steamy bowl of rice seasoned with Malagueta peppers. Around the 1580s, the epicenter of the transatlantic slave trade started moving south to the region known by historians as West Central Africa. Thanks to the scholarship of historians John Thornton and Linda Haywood, we know a great deal about the early interactions between the Portuguese and the West Central African people. In the 1480s, Portuguese explorers encountered the Kingdom of Congo, a sizable, powerful state that had existed for over a century. One of its most renowned rulers was King Afonso Mbenga Nsinga, who seized the opportunity of Portuguese arrival to consolidate his power while undertaking major reforms in the kingdom, including expanding Catholicism and establishing commercial ties with Lisbon and the Vatican. Afonso exemplifies the agency that Africans exerted during the foundational era of the transatlantic slave trade. He corresponded directly with the King of Portugal as his brother, sent ambassadors to Europe, and appointed members of the nobility to Rome. Afonso correspondence, published in 2023 by
Before New World discovery, Spain and Portugal had gone to the Pope over a dispute about lines of demarcation, and the Pope had said to both Spain and Portugal, "You are both authorized to reduce to servitude all infidel people." In other words, if a person is not a Christian, you are authorized to enslave the person. But in the politics of the papetry, the Portuguese always got the best of the deal. They were better Catholic politicians. And the Pope eventually, when the discovery was that Spain was grabbing more of the world than Portugal, there was a treaty of Tordesillas. Pope had said, you take the East and you take the West, and you two good Catholic nations stop fighting among yourselves. And this was really as a result of Christopher Columbus grabbing. Christopher Columbus wasn't supposed to come to the New World. That was a violation of an agreement. But the Treaty of Tordesillas gave Portugal a big country called Brazil. Portugal, being so small, didn't have the money and the manpower to manage a country. And Portugal got lost in Brazil and dissipated so much energy in Brazil that colonial-wise, it couldn't move much further. Because, see, Portugal was already in West Africa. And the British, when the British came in, the British drove them out of West Africa. This is how the Portuguese got to the Congo. The Portuguese were in the Congo for 100 years. But the Congolese were so organized, they would push them out of the Congo. The Congolese themselves would push them out of the Congo. Then they went to Angola.
John Thornton offer glimpses into that relationship. The agency that Africans exerted during the foundational era of the transatlantic slave trade. He corresponded directly with the King of Portugal as his brother, sent ambassadors to Europe, and appointed members of the nobility to Rome. Afonso correspondence, published in 2023 by John Thornton, offer glimpses into that relationship. West Central Africa, much like Upper Guinea, was also politically unstable, with states vying for power amid internal dissensions. The Portuguese capitalized on this conflict, forging alliances with competing factions to extend their regional influence. Their maneuvers eventually enabled them to dominate the Kingdom of Nongo along the Kwanza River with the aid of the fierce Imbangala warriors. Despite resistance, Dongo ultimately became the foundation of Portuguese Angola. The rise of West Central Africa coincided with the rapid expansion of the transatlantic slave trade. As this graph shows, the flow of captives to the Americas reached its first peak around 1620, around the time that the events of Jamestown occurred. A few reasons explain this first peak. Warfare in West Central Africa led to an increase in the number of prisoners.
And that competition between Genoa and Florence for power not only of the papal throne, but also of the banking network itself. The map in the latter painting we can debate. I think it's the Black Sea area, but more work needs to be done. I kind of put this in here for Professor Gates, but I'm sure he's gone to his other meeting. This is Hanno the elephant, which was another important part of this story, in part because a white elephant was gifted to Leo X, and by the ambassador from Portugal, linking Italy and Portugal and thinking about the role of Portugal in the trade and missionizing in Africa. By the ambassador from Portugal, linking Italy and Portugal and thinking about the role of Portugal in the trade and missionizing in Africa and elephants themselves, and thinking about the name Hanno and where that came from. References, memories of Hannibal and Barbary. Hannibal, the Amateur ruler, general who conquered not only southern Spain, but also brought his troops over the Alps near the gates of Rome. That fear, that visceral fear, I think is part of this, and the elephant being named Hanno is a key reference to that. And simply looking back at the important impact of the North African, the Amateurs, and kind of this division between the horrendous people, Scipio Africanus, for example, or Hannibal, in that, or Scipio's in a different way, but Hannibal as the vile general versus St. Augustine, who was converted to Christianity, kind of the good and the bad at the same time. And can one, at this juncture, also rethink figures such as Michelangelo's rebellious captive or rebellious slave? Different interpretations have been given of it, but in some ways it also marks this period in Italy with the Pope, with the art-making community, and with trade that is beginning to be reshaped around Africa and the Americas, in part from the vantage point of enslavement. And thinking about that within the broader context of the Renaissance itself and this period in Italian history. So endings, we're returning to the map, the Medici map, and the importance of Africa for them, of Leo Africanus himself as a gift to Leo X, not so much because he was knowledgeable, although that was certainly important, but also because of the knowledge he could provide on Africa and the Muslim world that would be so important to them. Rethinking as well Benin works, including this mask, pectoral mask, or hip mask rather, of Queen Idia, because she was one who hired the Portuguese to make conquests to gain control of the Niger-Benue confluence area, which in Benin they knew to be equally important. So to this day, in the Igala, they're wearing masks which in part are modeled on Benin traditions. And thinking through as well, sort of in the aftermath after Pope Leo X's death, what happened to Leo Africanus. There are various accounts of what might have happened. He probably was teaching for a period of time. He may have made it back to North Africa, and of course then you get the conquest of Charles's troops who ransacked Rome in the early 16th century, and the British coming in to gain control of the Niger-Benue confluence in this period of the late 19th century. Again, the importance of that. And then they're selling it for what would be about $180 million today. This is really the heart of Africa. From the vantage point of trade, and control of it was exceedingly important, not only in its own right, but also because it was a key crossroads, east, west, north, and south. As seen, it says, I took this photograph as COVID was moving and I was stunned. It followed the same route. The British, from the vantage point of trade, and control of it was exceedingly important, not only in its own right, but also because it was a key crossroads, east, west, north, and south. As seen, it says, I took this photograph as COVID was moving and I was stunned. It followed the same route. The British, the French, and the Germans decided the Lake Chad area was so complicated, so important, so difficult, that they divided it between the three of them. And that didn't really work out, and it's now controlled largely by Boko Haram. So rethinking by way of conclusions how we approach Africa and Europe in this critical medieval and early modern period. Rethinking not only Leo Africanus and artworks from Africa, but also the way that people such as Petrarch, the early humanist, identifies the Dark Ages within this context. And medieval scholars are now thinking about reframing this in a better light, but I would argue in many respects, with Africa at the center of this new reading, in some ways, for better or worse, it also holds a certain viability and importance as we're thinking forward. And just turning to the last, some of these four images that we've explored from the vantage point of cross-currency and thinking about different ways that this world was shaped, it's stunning to me in some ways that Petrarch had chosen the Roman crown of, much like the ancient one, as a sign of symbol of military victory. And for him, his most important work was one that identified the taking of control of Africa itself. So let me end with this image to say that this is part of a long-standing journey. It's an important one, I think, to the history of the continent, but also to our understanding of global history and the relationship between Africa in a broadest sense and Europe. Thank you.
Concurrently, there was a rising demand for coerced labor in the Americas as the Spanish Empire solidified. Finally, from 1580 to 1640, Portugal and Spain became a single state in what historians call the Iberian Union, a development that placed the supply and the demand under a single polity. The demographic consequences were devastating, as financiers and captains attempted to maximize profit by loading more people in the ships. Conditions during the transatlantic crossing deteriorated significantly. Tight packing, poor sanitation, physical and psychological abuse, malnutrition, dehydration, and suicides increased the mortality rates from 10 to about 25%. The number of women and children being transported also increased. During the Congo Wars, male warriors were more likely to be executed, while children and women were sold in Luanda. Drawing upon Havana notarial records, historians De La Fuente and David Witt have confirmed that women comprise over 40% of the arrivals, and children under 14, nearly a quarter of the total. The ascent of West Central Africa altered the ethnic demographic of the enslaved population in the Americas. By the early 17th century, Most Africans brought to the Americas spoke either Kikongo or Kimbundu. Some had been converted to Catholicism in their land or syncretized their indigenous belief with the monotheistic faith. There was another consequence derived from the late 16th century expansion of the transatlantic slave trade: the full-fledged Africanization of bondage, or the association of slavery with people from a specific region and skin color, a culmination of a historical process dating back centuries. As in late medieval Spain, in early colonial America, enslaved Africans shared their status with people of diverse backgrounds. Now, by the first quarter of the 17th century, bondage had been confined to a more restricted sphere. Now that we have established the key elements of the old world components of the trade, we can shift our attention to the New World, to Spanish Americas in the 1500s. In the 1990s, a group of historians led by David Eltis, David Richardson, Herbert Klein, and Stephen Berendt, and supported by our own Henry Louis Gates, gathered existing data on the transatlantic slave trade under a single digital platform, a CD-ROM. Over the past 2 decades, historians worldwide have contributed data to what is now the online site slavevoyages.org. As of the latest update in January 2018, the database contains records of around 36,000 expeditions from which users can extract information across hundreds of variables, including the number of captives, ship names, nationalities, and incidents or rebellions, just to mention a few. Unfortunately, the database's weakest period remained the 16th century. Still, the data is sufficient to identify patterns pertaining to the dispersion of Africans within the Americas. Broadly, 16th century Africans landed in 3 main regions: the Greater Antilles, the Caribbean coast of Colombia and Mexico, and the Southern Cone. To better explain the dispersion of Africans to a modern audience, I have organized the data according to present-day countries, excluding the over 70,000 for whom we do not have precise information. Colombia leads the list as the primary destination for enslaved Africans, with approximately 130,000 people. Mexico follows with 111,000, the Dominican Republic with around 24,000, and the combined nation of Argentina and Uruguay with 32,000. It is important to note that in the New World, much like in Europe and Africa, the human trafficking system relied on private actors entailing a whole universe of commoners, merchants, muleteers, porters, and canoe peddlers. Contraband was also rampant, which is why accessing data from this period is so challenging. By placing the data against the backdrop of historical events, it becomes clear that the destination of Africans were directly determined by the directions of the Spanish conquest. In the first 2 decades of the 1500s, the slave trade was mostly circumscribed to the headquarters of the Spanish colonization of the New World: Hispaniola, Cuba, and Puerto Rico. In fact, if we really aim to find the origins of the black experience in the Americas, the place to go is the island of Hispaniola, today's the Dominican Republic and Haiti. Hispaniola was not only the testing ground for African bondage and sugar production in the Americas, but also the site of the first recorded slave rebellion in the Western Hemispheres in 1521. Following the conquest of Mexico, the port of Veracruz emerged as a leading point of entry for captives.
Oh, wow.
And so being associated with them ends up giving in Surinamese history in the 18th century, especially into the 19th century, Jews become the dominant white group.
Oh, wow.
And so being associated with them ends up giving you some status. So enough where you had your own confraternity, the Darkh Yasharim. So what we can say, though, communally, is that they definitely had a marginal status. Yet there was, racial concerns were probably more important than halakhic concerns. It doesn't really seem to come up. Like where they, if their fathers were Jewish and their mothers were women of color, free or enslaved, did that mean that they had a Jewish identity, or there were efforts to convert them?
Right.
So I answer this question on a familial level since I don't have communal records. And what I find in wills is you do have some cases when fathers, I would say, even try to coerce Judaism among their children of color. So they'll say, I give them this inheritance. I recognize these are my children. They'll say reputed children, or they'll say my natural children, so they'll qualify them in some way. And that's not necessarily because they're of color, but because they're not legally recognized. Because although there are no anti-miscegenation laws in Jamaica, people don't. It's socially anathema to marry women of color, so they don't have legal status. So they're called reputed children or natural children, and so in some rare cases you'll see attempts to coerce their conversion, and in those cases, so I give you this inheritance only if they agree to learn in the academy and stay Jewish and have a Jewish identity, in which cases they often separate them from their mothers, fearing that the influence of the mother may deter the efforts to incorporate them into Judaism. Other times it's more of a suggestion, or it's more inferred. In the cases where, let's say, the women, their mothers of these children have taken names like Sarah Israel. In one case that I find would suggest that she was a convert, and in those cases, the children all seem to have no distinction among other Jews. Their names are identical and things like that. They could be called Isaac Furtado. You would assume he's a Jew. You may not realize that he's a Jew of color. And then there are cases when they clearly don't have a connection to the Jewish community. So I was able to follow up in just that way, taking all the wills with Jewish names. And then you would find some that were odd. But like there was, you find one that there's no oath on the 5 books of Moses, or they won't mention Christ, but they won't mention any Jewish institutions or anything. So it didn't quite look like the other Jewish wills. And in those, I was able to follow up and try to trace them back to earlier progenitors and find that they were often people of color. So in those cases, you find if you can follow them through the trail of wills, then you can see sometimes that they had no connection to the Jewish community over time. So I would say that it's always marginal. I'll give you one example. Someone I write about a lot is, in fact, his house is the cover of my book because there's a painting of it. And this is a Jew called Emmanuel Baruch Lutzad, who was part of a very wide network of Jewish families, all with the same name, that were scattered throughout Amsterdam, in Suriname, and in Barbados, and in Jamaica, London. They were a huge pan-Atlantic Portuguese Jewish family. Sometimes that they had no connection to the Jewish community over time. So I would say that it's always marginal. I'll give you one example. Someone I write about a lot is, in fact, his house is the cover of my book because there's a painting of it. And this is a Jew called Emmanuel Baruch Lutzad, who was part of a very wide network of Jewish families, all with the same name, that were scattered throughout Amsterdam, in Suriname, and in Barbados, and in Jamaica, London. They were a huge pan-Atlantic Portuguese Jewish family. He was born in Jamaica, and he had 4 sons, and he mentioned
surpassing Hispaniola around the 1530s. The later conquest of Peru led once again to a rearrangement of slave trading routes. In the southern cone, Buenos Aires rose as a significant disembarkation port around 1590. But without a doubt, Cartagena de Indias was the main entry point for captives until the 1630s. The human toll in Cartagena was such that the first strong complaints against the brutality of the slave trade were formulated in that city by members of the church. As historian Greco Mali has shown, the port or regions of disembarkations were not, in most cases, the final destination of captives. According to historian Pablo Sierra, many Africans brought to Veracruz were then transported to towns like Puebla or Mexico.
mentions them in their wills for an inheritance without any distinction, including his son Aram Baruch Tzada. And later on, he includes what's called a codicil, so it's an amendment to a will where he says, even though he's just my reputed son, so first mentions him with no distinction among his brothers. Then later on, he has to amend it to say, okay, even though he's my reputed son, he still gets this inheritance, and if anybody challenges it, then they'll lose theirs.
Wow.
So clearly there was a tension associated with him being included in the family wealth.
Used. Last question for you is is on how Jewish texts were used to justify this or that. You mentioned already that some use them to validate and justify slavery, being slave owners. But I wonder, were there particular verses or concepts that were used in that you found in any of these other wills or sermons or the like?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and it's true among the rabbinate of North America around the time of the Civil War.
Right.
That's when you start seeing, references to Genesis and to other, into also even Mishneh Torah and texts that deal with the issue of slavery. What's amazing about Jamaica is that there seems to be zero interest in any of that. And that's probably true throughout the Caribbean, even though in the Caribbean, unlike North America, there were Amsterdam-trained rabbis. And it's actually a very interesting parallel because I'll give you an example. Someone I've written about is the rabbi in Jamaica was trained in Eitz Chaim Yeshiva in Amsterdam, and his name was Joshua Hezekiah de Cordova. And his family, by the way, has a very long legacy in Jamaica. And to this very day, they were the printers of what is today the most widely circulated newspaper in Jamaica, the Daily Gleaner. So he was a very important part of Jamaican history, and Texas history, by the way, incidentally. And he wrote a lot, he published a lot while in Jamaica, where he doesn't deal with the issue of slavery at all. And very tangentially even deals with the question of people of color at all, and only ever just to put forth his claim of there being a universal revelation. That was his point. He was actually writing an anti-enlightenment treatise, but his point was that there was universal revelation, and there's no difference between human beings because we all have the same universal revelation. It's a very Mendelssohnian kind of position. His counterpart in Spanish Town at the same time, the head of the Anglican Church was a reverend called John Lindsay, who was, we would call him an avid racist. In fact, he's been called a pro-slavery priest, and he was an advocate for an extremely unpopular position, even in the 18th century, which a type of ethnogenesis whereby, or it was called a polygenesis, whereby he rejects the story in the Bible where every human comes from the same progenitors, being Adam and Eve, but rather people of color descend from other humans, so we're not all the same species. So this was actually, to us today, we think of this as being, well, this sounds like racialized thinking today, but in the 18th century it was even unpopular. And he was an avid advocate of that view, polygenesis, and in that sense he was trying to justify owning slaves, African slaves, because they were a lesser species.
And he quotes from just exactly what I just told you, mostly the Jewish Encyclopedia, Volume 11, but any number of Spanish and Portuguese chroniclers, it doesn't matter who. Look, there were more synagogues than Catholic churches in Mexico City in 1550.
Traversing hundreds of miles. Meanwhile, those arriving in Cartagena were then transported into the Pacific coast, while those captives disembarked in ports like Portobelo, crossed by the foot the Isthmus of Panama, were embarked on ships heading across the Pacific and ended up in Quito. Another route carried captives from the Rio de la Plata over the Andes, extending thousands of miles to Potosí or Lima. By 1619, what are now major cities in Latin America had, in fact, a sizable black population aiming to build a new life. Now, considering this thick background, we can place 1619 Jamestown within the broader picture. The 20 people who landed in Virginia were a small fraction of 350 captives who had embarked in Luanda on the Portuguese ship São João Bautista. The ship, unsurprisingly, was bound for Veracruz, Mexico. Before reaching its destination, 2 British privateers captured the ship. One of them, the White Lion, sailed to Jamestown, where it sold his plunder, consisting of human beings and merchandise.
Robert Trent Vinson, my esteemed colleague. Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Braxton. Thank you to Kluge Center. There are many, many thanks to give. I have limited time, and academics are notoriously long-winded, so I could take up all my time by giving thanks to everyone. So thank you to everyone. So my job here is to talk a bit about the African background and the transatlantic journeys of the 1619 20 and odd Negroes that arrived at Point Comfort, Virginia, Point Comfort, which is now Hampton, right near the fledgling Jamestown settlement in 1619. Who were they? Where did they come from? And what was their experience? What might their experience have been, as best as we can reconstruct it? In August 1619, a captive woman named Angela, part of those 20 and odd Africans that landed at Point Comfort, arrived traumatized, mentally, emotionally, and physically. They had endured a long journey of months from their homes in West Central Africa. They likely came from the West Central African states of Congo and Ndongo. If you take a look at the map to the left here, you'll see this region of West Central Africa, and you'll see Congo, and you'll also see Ndongo in this area here. I hope everyone can see okay. And you'll also notice the word Luanda, which will be the capital of a Portuguese colony called Angola. So those are our 3 major points that I'll refer to. Of course, the 1619 Africans were not the first time that Africans had arrived in the Western Hemisphere. By the time Angela and her fellow captives had arrived, about 500,000 enslaved Africans had already gone. About 500,000 enslaved Africans.
I have to say, I like the ships. That's very cool.
Thank you. Had this sea sold his plunder, makes some up ground, we can place 1619 Jamestown within the broader picture. The 20 people who landed in Virginia were a small fraction of 350 captives who had embarked in Luanda on the Portuguese ship São João Bautista. The ship, unsurprisingly, was bound for Veracruz, Mexico. Before reaching its destination, 2 British privateers captured the ship. One of them, the White Lion, sailed to Jamestown, where it sold his plunder, consisting of human beings and merchandise.
I have to say, I like the ships. That's very cool.
Thank you. Had this seizure never occurred, Jamestown captives would have most likely ended up in the hinterland of Mexico, instead of the nascent British settlement.
I like the ships.
Ship São João Bautista. The ship, unsurprisingly, was bound for Veracruz, Mexico. Before reaching its destination, 2 British privateers captured the ship.
Today's lecture is presented by the John W. Kluge Center at the Library of Congress. The Kluge Center is a vibrant scholar center on Capitol Hill that brings together scholars and researchers from around the world to stimulate and energize one another, to distill wisdom from the library's rich resources, and to interact with policymakers and the public. The center offers opportunities for senior scholars and post and pre-doctoral fellows to do research in the Library of Congress collections. We also
One of them, the White Lion, sailed to Jamestown, where it sold his plunder consisting of human beings and merchandise.
I have to say, I like the ships. That's very cool.
Who have most likely ended up in the hinterland of Mexico instead of the nascent British settlement, with the descendants speaking Spanish instead of English. By 1619, 500,000 people had been removed from their homelands, but the worst was about to come. Over the next 2 centuries, 1,200 million more were forcibly taken from Africa, funneled through a relentless and ruthless machinery operating with unprecedented intensity and speed. About 2 million of them lost their life crossing the Atlantic Ocean. In the end, Cuba's conquistadores achieved their goals. Africans arrived and saved the colony from its impending demise.
Thank you very much, Jason, for that very generous introduction. I would like to begin by saying thank you. I would like to start by thanking the Kluge Centre team, headed by Carolyn Brown, Mary Lou Rika, Joanne Kitching, and I'd also like to say a special thank you to Travis Hensley and Jason Steinhauer for all their work in accommodating me over the time that I have been here. I also had a bit of a break in my KISLAC tenure. I had, as Jason mentioned, from 330 years ago, a ship named Revenge set out from Cape Charles, Virginia at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, not far from here, in August 1683. On board were English buccaneers. According to one of the voyage's chroniclers, William Ambrosia Cowley, he was lured on the 8-gun Revenge to be its master and pilot on the false pretext that it was heading for his desired destination of Hispaniola in the Caribbean. Cowley found out instead that the Revenge was heading for the Cape Verde Islands, which would be his first port of call on what would eventually be a circumnavigation of the world by the Englishmen. Also on board the Revenge was a man who would go on to considerable fame, William Dampier. This is a voyage of Cowley's expedition, very faintly outlined here. I'll return to this in a moment. Also on board was William Dampier. He already had experience as a buccaneer, having participated in a mass crossing of buccaneers over the Isthmus of Panama in 1679 to terrorise the Pacific coast, sacking and burning Spanish colonial towns in Central America in a series of attacks unprecedented in their brutality. After living a pirate's life, Dampier lived quietly in Accomack County on Virginia's eastern shore for about a year before joining the Revenge along with 53 other men. After provisioning at Cape Verde Islands, the officers decided against sailing into the South Seas in the Revenge. Instead, they sailed for the coast of Guinea in search of a better vessel. They found one off the coast of Sierra Leone. She had 40 guns, and in the words of Cowley, was well stored with good brandy, water, provisions and other necessities by her Danish crew. This prize was taken and was renamed the Bachelor's Delight, and the crew made for Cape Horn and then the Pacific. I've been extraordinarily fortunate during my time here at the Kluge Centre to have been able to dive into the immense and fascinating literature on piracy. It's a literature filled with epic stories and events, improbable maroons like buccaneer, freebooter, privateer, sea rover, swashbuckler, maroon and corsair, all of which assign different nationality and status to the men, for the most part, who undertook robbery at sea. Being a buccaneer gained cachet and currency after the publication of John Esquimelling's Buccaneers of America in 1678 that was translated into English in 1684, the same year that the Bachelor's Delight entered the Pacific. The term buccaneer was most closely aligned with privateer and freebooter, indicating that a buccaneer was an Englishman who attacked Spanish ships, towns and settlers with or without official sanction. Though they may not have held letters of marque or reprisal, or papers that gave government endorsement to their anti-Spanish activities, buccaneers were accepted by some English authorities in a number of instances for performing patriotic activities that benefited the English nation.
Earth, and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light."
And there was light.
The people will call you a magician, John.
So long as they grasp your law, Isaac. These 7 colors should please them.
It is the understanding that the colors cannot be separated any further. That is what they must grasp.
Light. Every Mason knows how important the symbolism of light has always been in his ritual. Throughout his long journey, and with divine guidance, a Freemason is offered ancient advice to take him on his path from darkness to light. In many ways, Freemasons have spent the last 300 years spreading their light, and the light of Freemasonry's values of tolerance spreading their light. Freemasons have spent the last 300 years spreading their way on his path from darkness to light. In many ways, Freemasons have spent the last 300 years spreading their light, and the light of Freemasonry's values of tolerance, self-improvement, and service to others. In 1719, John Theophilus des Agouliers had become the 3rd Grand Master of the Premier Grand Lodge since Anthony Sayer first took the chair at the Goose and Gridiron 2 years earlier. Having been elected to the Royal Society in 1714 as experimental assistant to Sir Isaac Newton, des Agouliers was a natural philosopher, clergyman, and engineer. He popularized Newtonian theories and their practical applications in lectures, many of which were given in lodge meetings. Des Agouliers was a visionary and a born showman with a talent for scientific demonstrations, but some of his demonstrations could be decidedly unusual.
Now, hold still, Payne.
What in the name of God?
Now, pull. Pull, man, pull! If a horse that draws a stone tied to a rope.
I, des Agouliers, am not a horse.
I wonder whether a real horse might be better suited. Imagine the roar of its breath as it drags the unyielding stone.
Do you have a horse?
Yeah, about my person, no.
We must make do with what we have.
Can we talk of the matter in hand?
Giddy up, old boy! Come on, put your back into it. The horse will be equally drawn back to the stone. Simple mechanics. Force, leverage.
Fascinating.
London in 1719 is a city of splendor and squalor, and over 500,000 souls. It has just overtaken Paris to become the largest city in Europe, and is considered to represent the best that the world has to offer. Around 1/10 of the population are, like des Agouliers, French Huguenots, who have sought sanctuary in Protestant England, fleeing years of persecution.
In Water Street, when Benjamin Franklin, being elected Grand Master for the year ensuing, appointed Mr. John Crapp to be his deputy. Lodges at the time, Its literary members were expected to produce papers on philosophy and to read to their fellows, and musicians to perform. Franklin insisted in the initiation of the philosopher Voltaire, who'd been persuaded to join the lodge just before his death in 1778. Voltaire's embracing of Freemasonry was seen by the lodge as a symbol of its independence and willingness to embrace Enlightenment ideas. The initiation had been controversial because of Voltaire's opposition to organised religion. But he professed a belief in God as the great architect of the universe, which satisfied any sceptical members of the Nine Sisters Lodge. It was a very different lodge from the homely Philadelphian Lodge of St. John that Franklin was initiated in, and arguably illustrated his progress in life from humble printer to internationally renowned scientist and statesman. Franklin returned to America in time to add his input into the drafting of the Constitution, and died in 1790. I've skipped many aspects of Franklin's life, including his inventions, from lightning rods to musical instruments to bifocal glasses, his time as Postmaster of the United States, his later opposition to slavery, and his family life, to allow time to talk about the book. In May 1734, the Pennsylvania Gazette carried the following advert: "Just published, the Constitutions of the Freemasons, containing the history, charges, regulations, etc. of that most ancient and right worshipful fraternity, London printed, reprinted by B. Franklin, in the year of Masonry 5734, price stitched 2 shillings 6, bound 4 shillings. As stated in the advert, his book was a reprint of a book published in London, The Constitutions of the Freemasons of 1723. This was the fledgling Grand Lodge of England's first rulebook, compiled by the Reverend James Anderson. It's largely made up of a traditional history drawn from the legendary histories of the medieval stonemasons called the Old Charges. But it also contains the rules of the new Grand Lodge and some songs. It is headed by a beautifully engraved frontispiece by the engraver John Pine, and a fawning dedication to the Duke of Montague, the first Grand Master of the the Grand Lodge of England, by the Reverend John Desagoulier,
in Catholic France. A Catholic France that had given status and succour to James Francis Edward Stuart, the son of James II and the pretender to the British throne. England may have bloodied the nose of the Jacobite rising, but that did not end the influence of the pretender to the crown. A crown worn since 1714 by George I, placed on the throne via the Act of Succession, a Protestant, preferred by Parliament, and a pragmatic and rational choice for the politically dominant Whigs, bent on cementing constitutional government, not absolutism. Rational, maybe, but not wholly popular. Even in this enlightened city, his accession met with protests and riots. The threat of disorder, of rebellion, of a retreat to the past was real.
Being described as a buccaneer, which was problematic, of course, for the individual, helped some of these seafarers, most notably the educated ones, from allowing them to cash in twice, on the high seas and then in sales of their published accounts of their adventures. So great was the intrigue with buccaneers and their deeds. As historian Oscar Speight so richly put it, late 17th century buccaneer accounts were part of a massive publicity in which solid strategic commercial information was spicily garnished with tales of daring do and atrocity. Despite attempts to blur the lines of English pirates between debonair buccaneers and hyper-violent desperados on the other, the Spanish were always clear about who were pirates. The application of that term, of course, always depended on your perspective. These portrayals of the great English navigator, a towering figure in Pacific history, Captain James Cook, by Indigenous Australian artist Daniel Boyd, attest to this point about perspective. This is Captain Nobeard, and then this picture here, which is a depiction of Cook's landing at Botany Bay, south of Sydney, entitled "We Call Them Pirates Out Here," as does this take on a well-known map of Australian Indigenous language groups that Boyd entitled Treasure Island. I want to emphasise that I'm talking today about pirates of Atlantic ancestry, as buccaneer crews, though captained by Englishmen, were also a complex mix of nationalities and cultures. Piracy in the Pacific also had a very long history that predates European incursions into the ocean. In this long history that predates European incursions into the ocean. In this history, Waco pirates from Japan are most prominent, having raided the coasts of China and Korea for centuries and profoundly shaped East Asian history. But that is a history that is beyond what I'm going to discuss today. As it's most popularly known, buccaneering is entwined with the history of the Atlantic and most particularly with the Caribbean. Look at virtually any pirate film or any kids' book on the subject. But the story is a more geographically complex one. There is a substantial and quite brilliant literature that transgresses Atlantic and Pacific history, depicting a more accurate story of the vast and complex one of piracy that did encompass the world. Monumental works by Oscar Speight and Rodrigue Levesque, and important works by Glinda Williams and historians of Micronesia such as Robert Rogers have presented a more expansive view of piracy. Studies of individuals, most notably of William Dampier, also shed light on the larger story of which they are part. Indeed, Oscar Speight has described Dampier as the most weighty observer amongst a cadre of contemporaries, and the historical attention he has received duly recognises his historical contribution in Australia because he was the first Englishman to set foot on the continent. He has gone through many revisions since that, out in the histories that I've been reading. They provide deeper, unusual and troubling insights into buccaneering. I am particularly intrigued with the delineations of Indigenous worlds encountered in the expansive travels of buccaneers, and the accounts from the Bachelor's Delight crew are particularly interesting for this purpose. They not only acknowledged Indigenous historical actors to be critical to their activities, they focused on the state of Indigenous worlds they encountered. In the case of Guam, which I will be focusing on today, it was impossible to ignore the desperate struggle of Chamorro people against Spanish colonialism, though the buccaneers had no sympathy for their plight and contributed to the dire situation. In Guam, which I will be focusing on today, it was impossible to ignore the desperate struggle of Chamorro people against Spanish colonialism, though the buccaneers had no sympathy for their plight and contributed to the dire situation, as we will see. Any discussion of New World Indigenes circa 1680 is by definition also a study of European colonial contact. I'll come back to this map, sorry. It's also a map of a study of, is a discussion about the extent of European colonial contact. And in this case, I'm talking about the Spanish Empire. The buccaneers were focused upon Spanish Empire in its fullest extent, in the Caribbean, the Atlantic, the Pacific coasts of the Americas, and to the western extremities, in the Isles of the West, as they were termed. The Isles of the West, lying over 8,000 miles across the Pacific, encompassed the Philippine Islands, and from here Spanish power moved eastwards into what we describe as Micronesia, islands in the northern hemisphere, spanning an immense area of the Pacific Ocean comparable to the landmass of the 48 states of the United States. In the history of the Spanish Pacific, 1565 is the year of possession. It was in this year that Captain General Miguel Lopez de Legazpi made his legendary voyage across the Pacific and founded a Spanish base in the far west and extended New Spain across 8,000 miles of ocean. In 1565, the Spanish base was on Cebu. Then in 1571, Manila was founded. In 1565, Legazpi also dispatched the first trading galleon from Cebu, bound for New Spain. Once Manila was secured, it became the western base for the epic galleon routes that shipped Chinese luxury goods east to the Americas, overland in Panama, and then across the Atlantic to Spain. The Acapulco galleons returned en route to Manila, laden with goods, people, some of who were enslaved, and most importantly with silver needed to buy into the Chinese markets. This extraordinary trade was conducted over a span of more than 200 years with seasonal regularity. It transferred vast amounts of wealth across the Pacific and is, of course, what attracted buccaneers to the far side of the world in the first instance. The first transferred vast amounts of wealth across the Pacific and is, of course, what attracted buccaneers to the far side of the world in the first instance. The first English circumnavigation by the Sea Hawk Francis Drake in the Golden Hind, and his capture of the Spanish galleon that was colourfully named Cacafuego off the Pacific coast of Central America in 1578, became the stuff of legend. Legazpi's contribution to expanding Spanish Empire included more possessions taken in 1565. He declared possession of the Marshall Islands from the island of Mejit, which the Spanish named Barbudos. He then took possession of the Ladrones Islands from Guam, a declaration of possession he enacted when he took out his sword and cut tree branches, pulled out grasses, threw stones and cut crosses into trees. But making a claim and actually possessing a territory were two very different things. One of the myths of Spanish Empire was that the desolation of Indigenes happened expeditiously due to the deployment of extreme violence and disease. Though historian Matthew Restall has challenged this myth regarding the Americas, the case of Guam really calls this historical myth into question. We will see this from Cowley's account of Guam, some 120 years after Spanish possession was proclaimed. Popular renditions of buccaneering activities often portray it as a two-way contest between European rivals. However, the accounts of Cowley and Dampier make quite clear how critical Indigenous people and their knowledge was to this history. They both acknowledge the role of Indigenous actors as conduits of information about fortifications of Spanish towns, ship movements and geography, acting as pilots on water and guides on land. Some Indigenous people were allied with the Spanish and they were termed Spanish Indians by the buccaneers. Some Indigenous peoples were mentioned in accounts due to the fact that they came into conflict with the pirates, resenting their presence or mistaking them for the Spanish who had carried out previous depredations. Or Indigenous people were reacting to violence meted out by the buccaneers themselves. Dampier's account of his first circumnavigation in particular gives a heavy emphasis to the role of Indians in the buccaneer enterprise in the Spanish Empire. Dampier, his first circumnavigation, and the Bachelor's Delight was only one part of it, took 12 years in many stages. As I mentioned earlier, Dampier crossed between oceans via the Isthmus of Panama during the raids on Central Pacific towns in 1679. At this time, he noted, "I must confess that the Indians assisted us very much," and he doubted whether the buccaneers would have been able to make the crossing without the help of local Kuna people. Indeed, Dampier went further to acknowledge the extreme vulnerability of the buccaneers during his journey. This was most apparent when they tried to befriend one Kuna man, but he would have none of it, and he answered them in such a very angry tone. Dampier wrote, "We were forced to make a virtue of necessity and humour him, for it was now neither the time nor place to be angry with the Indians, all our lives lying in their hands." Buccaneers tempted him with beads, money, hatchets and machetes, but he was unmoved until one of the men pulled out a colourful petticoat for the man's wife, which caused great delight, and the buccaneers could finally get what they wanted out of this man, information. So appreciative were the English of their good relations with local people on the isthmus that Dampier further noted that rewarding them with toys of beads, looking glasses, scissors and knives, as well as $50 per man from each privateer, was the first order of business at the journey's end that they hoped would ensure that good relations would continue to the next group of English privateers. As well as these Kuna Indians in Darien, Mosquito Indians, who inhabited the coast from Honduras to Nicaragua, here, were particularly noted for aiding English privateers. Dampier went so far as to say that it is very rare to find privateers destitute of one or more of them when the commander and most of the men are English. They do not love the French, and the Spaniards they hate mortally. The English so highly prized Mosquito Indians for their exceptional skills at hunting fish, turtle and manatees, for their courage, and also for having such extraordinary good eyes that they could descry a sail further or see anything better than we. Though Dampier tried to promote the idea that various Indigenous peoples allied themselves with buccaneers through their better judgment. Closer readings of his accounts hint at the role of coercion and the role of superior arms. It's also clear from Dampier and Cowley's accounts that Indigenous people differed in their strategic importance, value to their enterprise and to their relative power, and the buccaneers' behaviour towards them altered accordingly. Iberian imperial expansion, buccaneering and Indigenous contact and conquest of their land and resources were all inextricably bound together by the time of Elizabethan sea dogs. The timing of the emergence of English piracy is of course linked with the Spanish expansion and dominance in the Philippines and the commencement of the galleon route in 1565. This in turn accelerated contact and attempts to conquer more Indigenous peoples across the Caribbean, the Americas and the Northern Pacific Islands. Securing the galleon routes in the Pacific and the Atlantic hastened this contact after Drake's audacious and completely unanticipated attacks. After this, Spain expended immense resources to arm and secure its ships and colonial outposts. English pirates could be kept out of the Atlantic, but some Spanish thought they could prevent them from sneaking into their Castilian Sea. And this gave rise to the scheme of settling the Magellan Straits, but I'm going to have to set that aside, and if anyone wants to ask me any questions about that, I'll talk about that at the end. But the Spanish were unable to keep the English out of the Pacific, but the extremities of Pacific voyaging did reduce buccaneer presence there. When the Bachelor's Delight sailed into the Pacific in 1684, it was part of a surge in Pacific buccaneering activity. Oscar Speight explains the uptick in presence of buccaneers as a result of the Treaty of Madrid of 1671. The treaty ceded Jamaica to the British Crown, along with other English holdings in the Americas, and provided for the, quote, mutual oblivion of all hostile acts. And eventually what this meant was that buccaneers had to move their activities and disassociate themselves with British colonial outposts or English colonial outposts in the Caribbean. And this is what pushed them into more outlying areas of the Spanish Empire. And it was in these conditions that English buccaneers entered the Pacific. People like John Narbor, Bartholomew Sharp and others, they rounded the Horn and tried to follow the shining example that Francis Drake had set 100 years earlier. When the Bachelor's Delight entered the Pacific in 1684, they met up with another buccaneer ship, the Nicholas, and together the ships sailed in consortship to the lonely island of Juan Fernandez, which is here. Here, members of the Bachelor's Delight crew who had sailed in the area with Bartholomew Sharp, which included Dampier, went ashore to look for a Mosquito Indian who had been left there unintentionally 3 years earlier by the buccaneers, when we were chased by 3 Spanish ships in the year 1681. Dampier, and more particularly another Mosquito man amongst the crew, who had been named Robin, were ecstatic to find the marooned man, who had survived alone all those years, underscoring the mosquito hunting skills that Dampier so admired. Dampier described the exceedingly affectionate reunion of the two men. The marooned man, who the English named Will, would inspire Daniel Defoe's Man Friday character in Robinson Crusoe, whilst another marooned seaman, Alexander Selkirk, who was reputedly left on Juan Fernandez on purpose and was found there by buccaneer Woodes Rogers in 1709, became the basis of the title character of that book that first appeared in 1719, though of course Defoe shifted the location of the deserted island from the Pacific to the Atlantic. From Juan Fernandez, the Nicholas and Bachelor's Delight headed for Arica in present-day Chile and held councils to work out where they should wait for the Spanish plate fleet coming towards Panama. They had little luck, only taking a ship laden with timber bound for Peru, which they felt compelled to do, so she would not discover us, which burdened the English ships with 30 more mouths to feed and water. The buccaneers had another council and planned to attack the port of Trujillo in present-day Peru, but the men were weak and their numbers depleted, and instead took 3 ships laden with provisions, but no silver, as the Spanish had heard of the buccaneers and put their treasures ashore. The buccaneers were pleased enough with the provisions and decided to lie still in the Galapagos Islands for a number of months to refresh and hopefully give the impression to the Spanish that they had left the Pacific. Cowley was captivated with the natural world of the Galapagos Islands, and this chart is drawn from a description of the islands. And he spent a lot of time describing the many wonders he saw there. Here there was excellent, good, sweet water, and the abundance of bird and sea life made excellent, good food. Part of water now, not as a nation from 3 Spanish Indians, possibly people of the pueblo of Nicarayos, who came aboard the Bachelor's Delight thinking it was a Spanish vessel. According to Cowley, once these men realised that the pueblo of Nicarayos, who came aboard the Bachelor's Delight thinking it was a Spanish vessel. According to Cowley, once these men realised that they were not Spanish, these indigenes set a longboat on fire. The 3 men were captured and led by the neck, but they escaped and gave notice to the town of Riajo and of the buccaneers' presence. This made our men very much discouraged that they were decried, Cowley reported. The buccaneers instead took islands in the Gulf of San Miguel, which was inhabited by Indians, and another was well stored with cattle. But for gold and silver we got little. It was here that Cowley departed the Bachelor's Delight and Dampier and joined the Nicholas as the master. Without the element of surprise along the Pacific coast of the Spanish Empire, or even the ability to wring a ransom for 2 ships taken at anchor from the authorities at Paita, an enraged John Eaton, the Nicholas's captain, decided to head west to what Cowley describes as the East Indies, by which he meant the Spanish Isles of the West. And this is where his account becomes particularly interesting. The Nicholas arrived in Guam in March 1685, after a long trans-Pacific voyage. The Nicholas was by now a very sick ship, no man being free of scurvy and in a very consuming condition. Conditions on board the ship were serious enough, but what the Nicholas crew did not know was that they were sailing into the middle of an insurrection by Chamorro people against Spanish colonialism that had got so bad that most of the people of the island had fled north to other islands. Tensions were so great between the Spanish, the Nicholas crew and Chamorros that here the Europeans, the pirates and their prey, who should have been arch enemies, actually allied against the indigenes, who were doing their best to repel the intruders. By the time Cowley appeared in 1685, the Chamorros had over 160 years of contact experience, giving them some of the longest exposure to European colonialism in the New World. The Magellan voyage, like the Nicholas, arrived at Guam with a very sick ship when it finally made the first European voyage across the ocean in 1521, which I should mention is hundreds, if not thousands of years after Pacific Islanders had navigated and settled the constellation of islands in the vast ocean. This first encounter between Europeans and Chamorros was marred by violence, the Spanish killing Chamorros after they became incensed by what they perceived as constant theft of their possessions. And this inspired Magellan's name for the after they became incensed by what they perceived as constant theft of their possessions. And this inspired Magellan's name for the group. He called it the Ladrones Islands, the Islands of Thieves. The contact history prior to 1565, the year of Spanish possession, encompassed Spaniards living on the island amongst the Chamorros for periods, also incidences of kidnapping and enslavement, as well as more peaceful periods of contact with Spanish explorers. When the great Spanish General Legazpi landed on Guam in 1565, he tried to establish cordial relations based on an erasure of the often violent prehistory to his encounter. His men were ordered to do no harm to the Chamorros or even threaten them with words, and the Spanish claimed to have endured many provocations by the locals. But relations lurched towards violence after the Spanish captured a woman, man and a boy, with the Spanish reporting that the man hanged himself. The Chamorros with the Spanish reporting that the man hanged himself. The Chamorros then attacked a Spanish deckhand. In revenge, Legazpi unleashed an intense wave of violence, burning villages, massacring and kidnapping. So, as Friar Martin Rada would report, that the next time Spanish vessels of His Majesty came here, they would receive them better and keep their word when they promised to be friends. But Chamorro disaffection continued after possession, in contrast to this harmonious image of Chamorro trading with a galleon in 1590. Contact could be characterised as sporadic, excepting the regular but brief galleon visits, until 1668. In this year, Jesuit Diego Luis San Vitores came from New Spain and landed on Guam, accompanied by 4 other priests, a layman and 3 soldiers, and renamed the Ladrones Islands the Marianas after Queen Mariana, wife of Philip IV.
Okay, so now there were more synagogues than Catholic churches in Mexico City in 1550. Okay, so now you laid that out, and folks can look that up, and we shouldn't hear anyone else saying, "Oh, Minister Louis Farrakhan's anti-Semitic for saying that Jews were involved in the slave trade because it's documented in Jewish encyclopedias and such and so forth." Well, that's where Farrakhan got his information. Are you referring to the secret relationship between blacks and where Farrakhan got his information? Are you referring to the secret relationship and so forth? Well, that's where Farrakhan got his information. Are you referring to the secret relationship between blacks and Jews? Yes. Well, that's Jesus. Pardon me. All of his data, and he quoted it, came mostly from the Jewish Encyclopedia. He didn't make this up. He needs data. And if that's not good enough, you can look at Jonathan Israel's Jews in the Age of Mercantilism. He goes into more detail. Or Joseph Jacobs, Jewish Contributions to Western Civilization, 1912. All Jewish historians. Okay, now let's move ahead again. Let's keep it moving. Okay, so we. Well, no, hold on. No, I perceive, or I sort of feel, that you don't believe me. No, I'm with you. I'm just trying to get it back to 9/11. But go ahead. Okay, 9/11. No, but I'm saying all that I've just said is a matter of historical record about the slave trade, the black African slave trade, the conquest of the Americas. I mean, this is all hard rock history, you know. No doubt, no doubt. I believe and I hear and I understand. And on the on-air study group, realblacktalk.com, just wants to put out enough information maybe to spawn some more independent study and independent research about the misnomers that the media puts out there. And there's so much more that I want to discuss with you about the power structure. Okay, let's go back to 9/11.
Africans had already gone on a transatlantic journey. 1,000 enslaved Africans had already, about 500,000 enslaved Africans had already gone on a transatlantic journey from the west coast of Africa into the Americas, primarily in Spanish colonies in the Americas and the Portuguese colony of Brazil. They came from densely settled urban towns. Some came from rural villages where they would have raised agricultural crops like sorghum and millet. Some might have tended livestock, including cattle. And interestingly enough, if you notice their names, Angela, Pedro, Peter, some featured Iberian and Christian names. And that is indicative of the fact that in this area, particularly in Congo, there had been a long-standing engagement with Christianity and with Portugal.
Though the Jesuits initially claimed staggering success in converting the Chamorros, their attempts to alter sexual cultures and parental fears that baptisms often preceded infant mortality began to seriously strain relations. By 1670, there was open rebellion, and Salvatores was killed in 1672 after he went ahead with the baby's christening against the wishes of the father.
In a counterfactual scenario in which Africans had never arrived, Cuba's historical trajectory might have been drastically different. Conceivably, indigenous rebels could have wiped out the Spaniards or the French, prolonged their presence, perhaps even establishing settlement as they did in later decades on other Caribbean islands. Fortresses, roads, churches, convents would have remained unbuilt, crippling Havana's ability to host the silver fleet that fed Europe's financial revolution. Africans fundamentally shaped Cuba as we know it. Yet, the history of Africans and their descendants in the Americas encompass much more than just the totalitarian structure of bondage. By the 16th century, Havana's black population had become the majority in the city. It is estimated that between 10 and 25% of them were free, women notably among them. The Iberian colonies, the same people that decades earlier were writing motions to bring more Africans, took notice and started worrying. As early as the 1560s, Havana's delegates sent a request to Madrid to deport the city's free black population.
Congo in particular was a strong political state that maintained close diplomatic, economic, and cultural ties with Portugal, with Portuguese Catholic missionaries and traders in Congo, and Congolese royal ambassadors and other emissaries going to Portugal, starting in the 15th century, continuing through the 16th century. By 1491, Congolese royalty declared Christianity to be a state religion, but this was controlled by the Congolese. This was not an imposition by the Portuguese, but this was Congolese engaging in Christianity and using that to start Congolese-run Christian schools. There were literate people who spoke the closely related languages of Kikongo and Kimbundu. Some also spoke Portuguese. And by 1595, the papacy in Rome had declared Congo to be its own episcopal district, and its primary church became a cathedral. Christianity also impacted in the state of Ndongo as well. So the names are indicative of this engagement with Christianity. Now, though Congo had exported enslaved people to the African sugar-producing island of Sao Tome in West Africa, island off of West Africa, and to Portugal itself, since the early 16th century, Portuguese military expeditions later in that same century against Ndongo and also Congo were the immediate circumstances that generated thousands of enslaved war captives, including those that came in 1619. As I mentioned, Portugal had established a small colony, Angola, in 1575, making it the first African area under European occupation during the early years of the Atlantic slave trade. And this trade, of course, extends across the water to transatlantic trade from 1502 until 1870. This period of time when about 15 million Africans would have boarded ships and about 12 million Africans would have arrived in the Americas. Why the disparity of 15 million leaving Africa and 12 million arriving in the Americas? The Middle Passage, right? So an estimated 20 to 25% of those Africans boarding those ships in Africa did not make it to the other side. Angela and her fellow captives that arrived in Point Comfort were those who survived. Now, the Portuguese dynamic is important here because Angola became a launching point for Portuguese governors to initiate war specifically to generate war captives. Angolan-based Portuguese merchants held the asiento, a contract with the Spanish crown to deliver thousands of slaves, enslaved people, I should say, to Spanish colonies. So this combination of policy, Portuguese policy to engage in war, and a contract, a commercial contract, created a dynamic where warfare was deliberately used to generate war captives and enslaved people. And now 1619 Africans were part of this dynamic. The Portuguese governor in 1617, Luis Mendes de Vasconcelos Mendes, was bent on conquest as the only means to get the numbers that he wanted, an estimated 9,000 to 12,000 annually. In his reign from 1617 to 1621, over 50,000 Africans were exported from Luanda. Over 150 slave ships left the Angolan port of Luanda, including our 1619 Africans. Now, in contrast to popular perceptions that African tribal wars were the cause of slave trading, it was these military expeditions of the Portuguese with mercenary, militaristic Africans known as the Mangala that drove these chaotic, lawless conditions. In this war context, then, slavery became ubiquitous. Slave economies developed as the buying and selling of enslaved people anchored African regional commercial networks, and slaves, not silver money, became the currency for all financial transactions and for political tribute paid by lesser states to more powerful states to whom they claimed allegiance to. These enslaved Africans, like Angela, deeply traumatized by the circumstances of their enslavement, their forced separation from families and friends, and the stripping of their societal identities. Imagine all of who you are, connected to all the people that you love, no longer matters, that you are reduced, dehumanized to be a unit of labor. Imagine then that at the point of capture, which could be hundreds of miles in the interior, you are already starting a type of middle passage even before you set foot on a ship. Because quite often, the point of capture during this period of the Atlantic slave trade could be in the interior of Africa, and you could be marched to the coast over hundreds of miles and be sold over and over again with different owners before you even get to a ship. And then imagine Angela and her fellow captives boarding that ship and being in the holds of these slave ships, and perhaps being raped, women, children, and sometimes men raped. Imagine being chained to the holds where there is nowhere to go to the bathroom. Imagine for the first time being on an ocean. Many Africans had never seen the ocean, much less been on a ship, and dealing with the seasickness that comes with that, and having to wallow in your excrement and your vomit, and dealing with a disease that runs rampant in the holds. Dysentery was a major killer. And in the age of wind and sail, when you had to rely on the winds and the currents to make it across the ocean, that journey could take months, and you could run out of food. And already in a weakened state, if you were perceived to be one of the diseased or one of the ones who were too weak to make it across, you'd be thrown overboard, where the sharks that had learned to follow these ships would eat you. Imagine that experience for Angela and her fellow captives that might have dealt with some of this. We do know that Angela was one of 350 enslaved people loaded onto the San Juan Batista, a Portuguese slaving ship, leaving Luanda, bound for the Spanish colony in Veracruz, Mexico, doubtless supplying the numbers needed in that asiento. In Veracruz, they would have joined a growing slave population that included plantation workers and personal servants. But they didn't make it to Veracruz, as we know. They made it to Point Comfort. So what happened? En route to Veracruz, the San Juan Batista stopped in Jamaica, selling 24 children, and there were many children on these voyages, and they were exchanged for needed supplies. Perhaps the San Juan Batista was running low on supplies. Now, just a few days away from Mexico, the San Juan Batista was boarded by two English privateers, the White Lion. The White Lion was carrying a Dutch license to wage war, the pirate ships, and the Treasurer. And those two ships took cargo off of the San Juan Batista and about 60 enslaved people with them, including Angela and our 20 and odd Negroes, or Africans. In late August 1619, the White Lion arrived in the Virginia settlement that was encroaching upon Native American territories, trading their 20 and odd Negroes for victuals. This is the documentary record, food. Angela and an approximately 28 other captive Africans arrived on the Treasurer 4 days later, after the White Lion. But the Treasurer sailed on to a second English colony in Bermuda, where most were sold, including Angela. But in February 1620, Angela and a handful of other original captives from the San Juan Batista found themselves once again boarding the Treasurer, where they landed back in Virginia. And she and her fellow captives from West Central Africa were most, if not all, of the 32 Africans recorded in Virginia's May 1620 census. As I conclude, passing through in Bangala, Portuguese, Dutch, and English hands, the experience of Angela and her fellow captives foreshadowed major themes in Africa and the Atlantic world. The Portuguese colony of Angola reflected an early example of intensifying slave raiding and slavery in Africa and deepening European economic interests that would lead indirectly to European colonialism of virtually all of Africa, nearly 3 centuries later. Luanda, the port from which Angela and the 20 and odd Africans came, would be the export site for 1.3 million other captives over the entire Atlantic slave trade period, more than any other African port. Angela's story also provides a glimpse of the increased Atlantic world presence of not just the Spanish and the Portuguese, but particularly of the Dutch and the English and soon to be French, who are moving beyond just pirating Portuguese and Spanish ships for their riches gained from slavery, but to establish their own colonies in the Western Hemisphere. And Jamestown was part of that early effort. The Treasurer, where they landed back in Virginia. And she and her fellow captives from West Central Africa were most, if not all, of the 32 Africans recorded in Virginia's May 1620 census. As I conclude, passing through in Bangala, Portuguese, Dutch, and English hands, the experience of Angela and her fellow captives foreshadowed major themes in Africa and the Atlantic world. The Portuguese colony of Angola reflected an early example of intensifying slave raiding and slavery in Africa and deepening European economic interests that would lead indirectly to European colonialism of virtually all of Africa nearly 3 centuries later. Luanda, the port from which Angela and the 20 and odd Africans came, would be the export site for 1.3 million other captives over the entire Atlantic slave trade period, more than any other African port. Angela's story also provides a glimpse of the increased Atlantic world presence of not just the Spanish and the Portuguese, but particularly of the Dutch and the English and soon to be French, who are moving beyond just pirating Portuguese and Spanish ships for their riches gained from slavery, but to establish their own colonies in the Western Hemisphere. And Jamestown was part of that early effort. England would be the largest slave trading nation in the 18th century. To these erstwhile pirates and aspirant colonists, Angela and her other enslaved people would be critical in generating untold wealth for new societies that were race-based, that developed racial caste systems, echoes of which we still live with today. Despite common perceptions that enslaved Africans came almost exclusively from West Africa, and many did, Angela's story illuminates the fact that most of the 500,000 African women, men, and children that arrived in the Americas by 1619 came from West Central Africa. It was these West Central Africans, like Angela, that were the charter generations, those first generations of Africans in the largest forced migration in world history that laid the foundation for the African diaspora in the Americas. Thank you for listening.
To Florida, as they, quoting, were harmful for the Republic. Early as the 1560, Havana's delegates sent a request to Madrid to deport the city's free black population to Florida, as they, quoting, were harmful for the Republic and, quoting, called themselves king and queens. Right there, members of the free black community organized what could be considered one of the first recorded instances of black political activism in the Americas. They sent letters to the king, presenting themselves as loyal vassals of their majesty, listing all the mistreatments and the looming threat of expulsion. After 2 decades of litigation, a royal order reminded the colonial elite that the free blacks of Havana were His Majesty vassals and as such belonged on the island. It was only the beginning. From the 16th century onward, people of African and African descent led a wave of activism across every major city in the Americas, from Buenos Aires and Lima to Quito, Cartagena, and Mexico. They created space for themselves in the colonial world. They built businesses, established brotherhoods, served in the military, cleared dense jungles to build maroon communities, craft artworks, and, on countless occasions, rose up in rebellions. The last slave ship to reach the Western Hemisphere arrived in Cuba in 1867. About 2 decades later, in 1888, when light bulbs were starting to illuminate homes and phonographs recording songs, the nation of Brazil became the last country to end slavery.
Who was one of the driving forces behind English Freemasonry in this period. Desaguliers was a scientist and did much to promote Newtonian sciences. Like Franklin, he was awarded the prestigious Copley Medal by the Royal Society. Sadly, he died many years before Franklin made it to London. You can see from this image that Franklin's edition of the Constitutions had a title page, but no frontispiece. It may be that Franklin did not have access to an engraver, or decided to keep the cost down by not employing one. Engraving was expensive and time-consuming. At least 2 of the later English editions of the Constitutions were published without their frontispieces, which appeared 2 or 3 years later and had to be purchased separately. Comparing the Montague dedications in both editions, Anderson on the left and Franklin on the right, You can see how Franklin made do with movable type instead of engraved illustrations. Apart from this, it is a largely faithful reproduction. The biggest difference is in the songs. There were 4 songs in Anderson's original for the master, the wardens, fellow craft, and entered apprentices.
The father's name was Matapang, and he became one of Guam's resistance leaders. The man who became governor of Guam in 1680, Jose Quiroga, unleashed classic conquistador tactics, prompting many Chamorros to flee to northern islands. The lack of people on Guam meant that the galleons could not be resupplied, so the Spanish rounded up Chamorros who had taken flight and forced them to return to larger settlements. Quiroga was relieved of his duties as governor in 1681 due to the alarming reports of his actions reaching Spain, but he returned to Guam in 1684, not as governor, but to lead a renewed military expedition against the Chamorros. And this was the very tense situation that the Nicholas sailed into in March 1685. As you will recall, the ship's crew were in desperate need of fresh food and water. They tried to make contact with the locals. Cowley reported that their first attempt when they rowed ashore with a flag of truce, they found that when they came near, that the natives had burnt their houses and run away by the light of them. The crew felled some coconut trees and took the fruit back to the ship. They again encountered Indians armed with lances, seeming as if they were designed to attack us, but we called out to them and told them that we were their friends. This seemed to work for a day, when Chamorros engaging in free trade with the Nicholas crew. When a longboat ventured on the west side of Guam, the Indians fell upon our boat with stones and lances, and the English responded by shooting at them, and we killed and wounded some of them, Cowley wrote, though he added that no men of the Nicholas came to any harm. 2 days later, the governor, Esplana, came down to the ship and sent a letter on board in English, French and Dutch, demanding in the name of the King of Spain what we were, whither we were bound, and from whence we came. The answer was written in French and claimed that we were employed by a gentleman of France upon the discovery of unknown parts of the world, a deception that Cowley thought worked, though the Spanish were not so easily duped. When the English met the governor, they apologised that we had killed some of the Indians in our own defence. Governor Esplana responded, Cowley wrote, by giving us, quote, toleration to kill all of them if we would. Cowley recounted information about Guam, its location, and for crews ravaged by deprivations of the Pacific crossing, what food could be found. He learnt of the annual visits of the galleons, saying sometimes there arrived 2 from the south part of Mexico and 8 from Manila, which do bring sugar, tobacco, silks and other commodities. Also of high importance was the intelligence that the Spanish have about 600 soldiers here. Although Cowley and others may have been assessing the odds of a successful attack, the relations between the English and the Spanish continued to be ever more extraordinary. The Nicholas was bought an abundance of food on behalf of the governor, 10 pigs, potatoes, plantains, papayas and red peppers. In return, Captain Eaton sent the governor a diamond ring that Cowley noted was worth £20, and the captain also sent the Spanish swords. The next day, the reason behind the governor's largesse became clear. Again, emissaries came on board, including a Jesuit, a friar and a captain, and asked Captain Eaton if he could, quote, spare some powder by reason that they had war with the Indians. And our commander spared them 3 barrels of powder and offered them 4 great guns. The Spanish accepted the powder but refused the guns. In exchange for the gunpowder, they presented Eaton with 1,600 pieces of 8 in gold and silver, but Cowley wrote, our captain would not take a penny, and for his generosity the captain was given a diamond ring worth £50. The alliance against Chamorros between the buccaneers and the Spanish colonists continued, with the English crew chasing some Chamorros and making them forsake their boat. The governor's boat came again, this time bringing coconuts, potatoes, chocolate, a piece of plate, and 6 china cups. A Jesuit, who was French and surely able to discern that the Nicholas crew was not, taught them how to make coconut milk. Cowley found out more about the revolt of the Chamorros and the galleons, which he said had 7 decks and about 1,500 souls on board, of which 400 were crew. And Cowley also seemed aware of that some of the other passengers were enslaved, being transported to plantations in the Philippines.
Real and present. It is in this context that the light of Freemasonry offers a beacon of hope and sanctuary, not just for the present, but for the future too. Freemasonry is the embodiment of new and exciting Enlightenment ideas that are building traction across Britain and Europe. Freemasons are seeking new insight to shape purpose, growing an understanding of the intricate workings of this world, and offering a constant discipline and devotion in pursuit of one shared goal: to make it good. Of course, Freemasonry was not new. Medieval stonemasons had met in lodges where they drew moral lessons from the tools of their craft. Their legends recall that the art of masonry was first taught by Euclid, and that in England, 100 years before the time of William the Conqueror, a great assembly of masons met at York under Prince Edwin, where they drew up a historic code for the guidance of the craft. This code, the ancient charges, had remained largely unchanged for centuries, but they were of a different time. They represented an old world where the established Catholic Church was all-powerful, and the right of a divinely appointed monarch to rule with absolute power was unquestioned. With the formation of the Premier Grand Lodge in 1717, the founding fathers of Freemasonry saw and embraced an incredible opportunity.
And they went big right from the beginning. Between them, they staked what was basically the equivalent today of about $500,000 between them. A few years later, they brought Rice Ballard on as a third partner, and Ballard put up a similarly sized stake. And the company that the three of them built together marked the next stage in the evolution of America's domestic slave trade. And arguably, it was the most significant step in that evolution. Now, there were a number of elements that set the company known as Franklin and Armfield apart from most of the slave trading businesses that preceded it. So first, instead of working in a bar or a tavern, they established regular places of business, places that served as a headquarters, an office, and a slave pen all at once.
If you're an executive of a pro football team, this is just about the last guy you want to see.
And I was always struck that none of those books ever answered the central questions of how and why the game was created and why it became our national obsession. We were a European colony, and like all the other European colonies, we were bequeathed the games of soccer and rugby from England and Wales. And yet, we got rid of those games. Why did that happen? When did it happen? How did it happen? Fascinated me.
John Armfield worked out of a 3-story townhouse with an attached walled compound in the city of Alexandria, Virginia. Rice Ballard worked out of a private jail in Richmond. And Franklin, with the help of one of his nephews, worked partially from his Natchez facility And for a number of years, he also worked out of several locations that he rented in the city of New Orleans. Instead of running newspaper advertisements sporadically, John Armfield was in Alexandria all year round. He paid for advertisements that appeared in newspapers in Alexandria and elsewhere in the District of Columbia every single day. He let customers know that he was available to buy slaves, that he wanted to purchase large numbers of people, that he would pay higher cash prices for those people than any other slave trader in the market, and that he could be found in his office whenever anybody needed to find him. Instead of walking a few dozen enslaved people at a time over land or sending them by flatboat, Franklin and Armfield instead accumulated as many as several hundred people at a time. They had a small army of agents and sub-agents who spread the company's money around the Chesapeake and covered more ground and vastly expanded what Armfield or Ballard could possibly do by themselves. Those agents then brought people that they purchased to Alexandria or to Richmond. And from those cities, Armfield arranged to have most of them sent by ship, as many as 200 people at a time, down the Atlantic coast, around Florida, into the Gulf of Mexico, and up the mouth of the Mississippi River to New Orleans. And when those ships got to New Orleans, Isaac Franklin received them, sold some of those people in the city, and sent others farther upriver by steamboat to Natchez, where they would be sold there. When you added all of this up, this was a new kind of business. This was a business that was organized, steady, efficient, reliable for customers, and for the enslaved captives who were treated as merchandise, completely unrelenting. And for the enslaved captives who were treated as merchandise, completely unrelenting. And for the enslaved captives who were treated as merchandise, completely unrelenting, utterly pitiless.
His fascination wasn't ready for Amazon.com until the climax of Super Bowl 42, which he didn't even see.
I missed Tyree's catch. Couldn't see it because we were stuck behind the security guards waiting to go out and interview the very players who were
realized
a game means to the fan and what the story means to the game. I needed that fix. You know, what was the story? I missed the story. And that to me was the essence of the game.
The crux of Sal's theory is that rugby and soccer just weren't the kind of games Americans could grab hold of. We needed a game that told a different kind of story.
Walter Camp, Park Davis, Amos Alonzo Stagg, all the founding fathers of American football all write about the fact that soccer and rugby were unsatisfying to the American competitor and the American spectator because they were mass motion, and they tried to come up with ways to make the game more organized, controlled, and scientific.
Football was just a primitive mess until a couple of rules changes laid the groundwork for its transformation into America's game.
Now, here's an American idea, Steve, that Walter Camp had. One individual on the field, slightly above the rest. It took a lot of time for the quarterback position to evolve into the natural hero protagonist. But they had the foresight to see that the quarterback position could grow up into this great mythological figure of sports.
But the rule that gave us John Elway was not the most significant one. After all, there's no helicopter play unless there's a first down to dive for.
The change of rule in 1882 to create the first down, I think, is the biggest rule change of any rule change in any sport. Now you could tell the story in the game that you would march down the field with the hero, and he would be arrayed against forces both man-made and by nature. There was a storyline that had a natural dramatic arc based on that particular change in the rule.
You talk about a painting by John Gast, 1872, called American Progress. Why is that painting so important in explaining why football is an expression of our culture and our society?
Well, if you look at that painting, it is a visual explanation of manifest destiny. The idea that America had the destiny that was given to it by God, that, you know, we would advance across the continent to our liking.
Now, it's worth pointing out that Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard did not invent these tactics themselves. There were a few other traders before them who'd innovated this new kind of slave trading operation. Most notable among them was a man named Austin Woolfolk. Now, Woolfolk, by the early 1820s, had a regular base of operations in Baltimore. He advertised widely. He oversaw a network of agents, and most of those agents were his relatives. Working primarily in Maryland, they accumulated enslaved people who were then shipped from Baltimore to New Orleans. And in New Orleans, there were other Woolfolk relatives who received and sold the enslaved from offices in that city. But within a few years of creating their company, Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard bypassed Austin Woolfolk. They edged him aside. They cut so deeply into his business that Woolfolk started having to combat rumors that he had in fact died. Now, how'd they do it? Well, in part, they did it by doing everything Austin Woolfolk did, but bigger and better. The headquarters that John Armfield ran in Alexandria, for example, was massive. It took up more than half a city block. It became a kind of tourist attraction in its own right, particularly for anti-slavery activists who wanted to see and report on how slavery and the slave trade worked in the nation's capital. The network of agents Franklin and Armfield oversaw, meanwhile, was far more extensive than Austin Woolfolk's. Ultimately, their agents covered more than 20,000 square miles of Maryland and Virginia. And when it came to shipping, Franklin and Armfield became so big and so successful that in time they purchased 3 brigs of their own that comprised a company fleet. At the peak of Franklin and Armfield's operations in the middle of the 1830s, John Armfield was sending one of the company ships to New Orleans filled with enslaved captives every 2 weeks. And he often supplemented company earnings by bringing things back, things like cotton and sugar and other items. He would bring those things on company boats back to the Chesapeake, back to cities in the North for delivery to local merchants. Now, some of what made Franklin Armfield and Ballard so successful was that they were very shrewd businessmen. They understood and they made no pretenses about the intimate brutalities that were necessary to make the slave trade work. Pretenses about the intimate brutalities that were necessary to make the slave trade work. They knew the trade had no room for sentimentality. It had no room for scruples. And that was particularly true when it came to the enslaved themselves. They understood that violence was endemic to stealing people away from their homes and forcing them to accept what was happening to them. They understood that all that really mattered for their business was whether an enslaved person could be sold for a profit. All 3 of the partners, in other words, were very good at calibrating their cruelty and assessing the market value of human beings. But they also understood the financial considerations that pertain to the slave trade. John Armfield had a knack for overseeing and coordinating the complicated logistics of purchasing and shipping the enslaved, and for providing dependability for customers. Isaac Franklin had a particular kind of genius for integrating enslaved people with money markets and credit flows. He understood that the stature of his company, the volume in which that company dealt, could provide access to borrowed capital that would pay off much more handsomely over the long haul than the quick cash sales that most slave traders looked for and relied on. And so what Franklin would do is he would establish credit lines with banks from New York to New Orleans. And by establishing those credit networks, he could sell slaves in the Lower South for commercial paper. He would then transmit that paper back east, where Armfield and Ballard turned it into cash and pumped it back into purchasing markets. All of this was a very intricate undertaking. It's a complicated business. But the better Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard became at handling both the violence and the money, the more solid their reputations became among customers, bankers, government officials, and the wide range of personnel that was required for their operation. And of course, the more solid their reputations became, the bigger those operations could get. But Franklin and Armfield didn't become a giant in the slave trading business just because company partners were clever entrepreneurs. They also were lucky to be working in the right place at the right time. The first 5 or 6 years of the 1830s saw the biggest economic boom the United States had seen to that point in its history. And the heart of that boom lay in the land, slave, and cotton economy of the Lower South. The white population of the Lower South enslaved to that point in its history. And the heart of that boom lay in the land, slave, and cotton economy of the Lower South. The white population of the Lower South increased by roughly 700,000. Increased nearly 1 million more in the 1830s. And it's encouraged by federal policies, policies that forced Indian nations off the best cotton lands on the continent. By federal policies, policies that forced Indian nations off the best cotton lands on the continent. By federal policies, policies that forced Indian nations off the best cotton lands on the continent.
And if you look at that painting, you have the imagery of angels and God. You have the imagery of learning. The angel is carrying a book, and that nothing will stop this march across the continent. So you had a football game that now goes across the field, mirrors American society.
It's the acquisition of territory.
Acquisition of territory. Capture territory, hold it, defend it. That's what we were doing in our country. And that's why the game, I think, subconsciously caught on to Americans.
Sal's book documents much of the game's evolution, from the impact of the '58 championship game, which Sal thinks is overrated, to the '60s of Lombardy and Namath. My favorite chapter is the one that starts at West Point.
I have a chapter in this book, Steve, called, and I wanted to call this book From MacArthur to Mangini. That was my original subtitle. There's a direct DNA linkage when you think about it, from General Douglas MacArthur to Eric Mangini.
Just reload.
MacArthur hired Blake to become his head coach. And of course, Red Blake forged those great Army teams of the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s.
And Lombardi, of course, was an assistant coach at West Point under Red Blake.
Blake hired Vince Lombardi. Vince Lombardi coached Mickey Corcoran at St. Cecilia High School. Mickey Corcoran was Bill Parcells' basketball coach. Parcells goes back to West Point, learns all the tenets of the West Point coaching philosophy: field position, discipline.
Tell that undisciplined center we got to get his head out of his.
Parcells hires Belichick, who also has his dad Steve at the Naval Academy. And Belichick, of course, hires Eric Mangini, and Mangini goes off the reservation and gets hired by the New York Jets.
It was Belichick's Patriots who finally provided the inspiration for Sal to write the book he'd been thinking about for years. The entire 2007 season is woven through the book as a thread. Why?
It was really the perfect storm. The idea that you had the perfect team, the New England Patriots, that you had Tom Brady, the perfect hero, that you had Eli Manning, a young upstart. And of course, who is Bill Belichick? He's the evil Lord Sith in a hoodie.
2007 didn't give us the perfect team, but it did give us the perfect story. The kind of story America can't get enough of.
It was encouraged by banks that flooded the region with easy credit and cheap loans. And it was encouraged by cotton prices that nearly doubled between 1830 and 1835 alone. When all of that happened, demand for slaves skyrocketed accordingly, and so did profits for slave traders. In the 1830s, slave traders moved about as many people via the interstate slave trade as they had during the 1810s and the 1820s put together. The number of people trafficked in the trade jumped by 85% from the 1820s to the 1830s. One scholar has calculated slave trader profit margins in the early to mid 1830s as ranging from 30 to 50%. That was greater than at any other time before, other than a very brief moment in the late 1810s. And it was more than would ever be seen again before the Civil War. So in other words, Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard, they might have done well in the slave trade whenever they started their business. They had talent, but they also sat on top of larger, deeper structural changes that served their interests perfectly. Given the raging demand for enslaved people and the widespread availability of banking capital, they could not have possibly done better than to have founded their company precisely when they did. And they couldn't have chosen a better time to shut it down than when they did either. For a variety of reasons, the company wound operations down in 1836, just months before the slave trade took another dramatic turn in its life cycle. The boom economy of the 1830s was a mirage. It was a debt-fueled bubble economy. And when it came crashing down in the spring of 1837, it took the slave trading business with it, ravaging it as it did most forms of commerce that depended on the currents of credit flowing around the world. Now, enslaved people suffered no matter what the economic circumstances of white people were. Thousands of enslaved people were sold to stave off bankruptcies during the Depression. But the slave trade itself actually dropped by 35% from the 1830s to the 1840s. And that drop probably disguises what was even a steeper decline from the late 1830s to the early 1840s alone. And that was true because as the nation recovered from its economic debacle by the middle of the 1840s, the slave trade took off again. Now, it never quite took the explosive shape that it had in the first half of the 1830s, but slaveholders didn't actually learn anything from the disaster that was the Panic of 1837. Instead, as the slaveholding portions of the United States expanded into new places like Texas, Arkansas, Florida, as slaveholders brought previously undeveloped regions of Louisiana and Mississippi into cultivation, demand for enslaved people took off again. In fact, white Southerners were so bullish about slavery's future, about the prospect of extending American sovereignty into places like Cuba and Central America, that slave prices usually rose and fell with the price of cotton. You could usually track them pretty cleanly. But in the 1850s, they became delinked from cotton prices. They just shot upward. And as more and more slave traders jumped to capitalize on this seemingly irrational, yet also seemingly boundless demand, the number of enslaved people trafficked across state lines jumped again by 35% in the 1850s. It reached nearly 250,000 people in that decade alone. That was nearly as many people as had been trafficked in the 1830s, and it brought the total number of enslaved people who were caught up in the forced migrations of the 19th century to more than 1 million people in total. And yet, even as the slave trade boomed again, even as thousands of men decided to try their hand at the slave trade business, even as new technologies, things like the railroad and the telegraph, they changed some things about how the business worked. They enabled the slave trade to spread deep into interior markets that had once been pretty isolated. The company model that was established by Isaac Franklin, Rice Ballard, and John Armfield, that remained the basic template for the slave trade. Now, by the 1850s, there were more large companies than there had been when Franklin and Armfield was the colossus of the trade. But nearly all of them worked the way Franklin and Armfield had worked. Established headquarters in cities, regular advertising, reliance on shipping or rail travel, supplies provided by agents who worked on salary or on commission, and integration with sprawling credit and banking systems. Now, sometimes these new companies functioned that way because the men who led them had actually been associated with Franklin and Armfield. There's a kind of slave trading business diaspora that's rooted in this particular company. But mostly the companies took that form because Franklin, Armfield, and Ballard had shown that that business model worked. They may have personally left the business by the late 1830s, but they were collecting debts from customers and bringing in revenues for years after that. All three of them ended up extravagantly wealthy and widely respected men. Now, of course, one of the ironies of their success and the successes of the men who followed them was that the more the slave trade ballooned, the more it fed anti-slavery agitation against it. And that agitation would, in time, help bring about the final stage in the life of the slave trade, which was, of course, its demolition during the Civil War. And that demolition began, appropriately enough, in Alexandria, where in May 1861, Union forces liberated the slave pen that had been John Armfield's headquarters. After confiscating it from Confederate cavalry who'd taken it over, the Union began using the facility as a prison for deserting, drunken, or insubordinate Union soldiers, for a few Confederate prisoners. And then near the end of the war, the Union converted the facility into portions of a hospital and to housing for a small number of free people. But it was still a few years after 1861 before the domestic slave trade in the United States ended for good and was finally put to the end that it had long deserved. White Southerners clung to slavery to the very, very end. Slave traders offered people for sale to the very end. There was a market in enslaved people inside the Confederacy, even as slavery itself collapsed, even as Confederate currency inflated to the point where it was practically useless. When the Union finally liberated Richmond in April 1865, they had to track down a slave trader who had chained the slaves still in his jail together and was trying to march them out of town in the hopes of selling them someplace else.
and a slave owner was absolutely free to sell any of the enslaved people that he legally owned anytime he wanted. So there was, whether it was Jefferson or any other slave owner, there was always a pressure on, this is where we come up with the term the capitalized womb. There was always a pressure to coerce enslaved women to reproduce as early as they could and as late as they could, as often as they could. The pressure was unsubtle.
You guys, this book is north of 700 pages.
Yeah.
You did extensive research. You've been lauded by historians and academicians for, you know, the incredible research that you did. When you said that women would be coerced, enforced, and absolutely forced into submission for whatever the slave owner wanted. When you said that women would be coerced, enforced, and absolutely forced into submission for whatever the slave owner wanted. In that exhaustive research that you all do, what were the early ages that you found that the slave owners started to have the girl child starting to procreate?
As early as their bodies could do it.
Yeah, just as soon, and there.
As early as their bodies could do it.
Yeah, just as soon, and there.
As early as their bodies could do it.
Yeah, just as soon.
Procreate.
As early as their bodies could do it.
Yeah, just as soon.
Procreate.
As early as their bodies could do it.
Yeah, just as soon, and there is.
As early as their bodies could do it.
Yeah, just as soon, and there is evidence that slave owners paid fair amount of attention to see when a girl child would be able to start bearing children. Fair amount of attention to see when a girl child would be able to start bearing children. Fair amount of attention to see when a girl child would be able to start bearing children. Fair amount of attention to see when a girl child would be able to start bearing children. And in certain documents that we have read, it got so coercive that if she herself was not interested in partnering up with another another African American on the plantation or the farm or the cotton field, wherever it might be, they would just point and say, this one, you go with him. It wasn't like you were actually being married. It was like, but the point is to get her pregnant as soon as possible, because as we say, the capitalized womb, the moment that child came into the world, the credit that the owner of that child had increased. That child came into the world, the credit that the owner of that child had increased automatically at least 50. World, the credit that the owner of that child had increased automatically at least $50. The credit that the owner of that child had increased automatically at least $50. And $50 was not a small amount of money for your average American at that time.
And so I'll stay still here with Charlottesville and Jefferson, who many revere as a damn near a deity. So Jefferson sort of obviously became president, you know, highly respected figure, but Jefferson is someone that was quite okay with the laws being established that said the slave owner, if in the midst of him correcting the slave, should he kill him, which would have been murder, should he kill him, there was no legal consequence.
Well, that was the law, generally speaking. I mean, from the foundations of the college, from the foundation, certainly, well, South Carolina, very much so. Yeah, Jefferson, I mean, more than any other single figure, Jefferson was responsible for the creation of the slave breeding industry in the United States for actions he took as president.
Ned, I'm gonna stop you there and have you to repeat that, because we have viewers who are looking in here who absolutely go down and pay honor and homage to that, again, edifice down on the banks of the Potomac River, and who revere him as a deity. So please repeat that.
More than any other single person, Thomas Jefferson was responsible for the creation of the slave breeding industry in the United States.
And can you share with us how he went about doing that?
Very simply. I don't know how many people know this. There's a lot of real basic stuff that people don't know. A lot of people don't know that the slave trade from Africa was prohibited by federal law as of January 1st, 1808.
Yes.
What a lot of people don't know is that that date's in the Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, not as the date at which the slave trade must stop, but as the date before which it cannot be prohibited. It's the only date in the Constitution, which otherwise is much more abstract. It was put in there at the insistence of the South Carolina delegates to the Constitutional Convention, who wanted a 20-year guarantee that the African slave trade could continue. There was a 20-year guarantee that the African slave trade could continue to the Constitutional Convention, which otherwise is much more abstract. It was put in there at the insistence of the South Carolina delegates to the Constitutional Convention, who wanted a 20-year guarantee that the African slave trade could continue. There was a confrontation of power at the Constitutional Convention between slave breeding Virginia and slave importing South Carolina. Virginia held the political cards and it won. South Carolina's response was to become kind of a renegade state, which ultimately led the path to secession and civil war. Jefferson's role in this, well, in particular, Jefferson very proactively, as president in 1806, asked Congress to prohibit the slave trade at the earliest possible constitutional date. He already in 1806, he's asking to have this January 1st, 1808 cut off so that not one more African would be brought after that date. And Jefferson really tried to spin it as a humane gesture, but
and got credit.
Ending slavery would have been humane, but slavery didn't end. What that was protectionism. Jefferson was responding to not only his own financial predicament, but to that of his constituents in Virginia. He was making it impossible to bring in the cheaper foreign imports, so that if you want to speak of it in industrial terms, the human product raised in Virginia and Maryland became much, much more valuable.
Because he figured even in its death throes, the slave trade would find a market somewhere. Now, I don't want to end by leaving you with the impression that the domestic slave trade was only a Southern phenomenon. I mean, I've sort of alluded to this already, but the slave trade was something that was sanctioned by the federal government. It involved banks from all over the country. The cotton and the sugar produced by enslaved people who were trafficked in the slave trade sat at the center of national and global economies. And the profits that were spun off of the asset values and the labor values of the enslaved, that money circulated throughout the United States. And of course, the trauma, the dislocation, the fear of the slave trade, those things shaped the lives of Black people in the United States, no matter where they lived. So the slave trade may have happened in the South, but in truth, the domestic slave trade and its consequences, they were everywhere. And in some ways, they still are. And slave traders like Isaac Franklin, John Armfield, and Rice Ballard, they were just some of the men who made that so. I'm going to stop there.
There's also a file of Martin Bormann, the Hitler's deputy, which many people have speculated whether he was alive or dead. I asked foolishly, because it was the early part, I wasn't yet versed as a reporter to understand, never ask, just try to take the document and look at it until they slap your hand. But I said, could I see that? And they said no. That started a process of years of back and forth with the Argentines, asking to see the Bormann file. They always said no. In '91, the New York Times allowed me to run an op-ed on the day that President Menem, then the Argentine president, was arriving in Washington to see Bush the Elder. And it said, free the files, in so many words, free the Bormann file. And the Argentines said, oh, he's a liar, that guy Posner, he's a two-bit liar, he's never even been in the file. Catholic, and the questions about Nazis. Found a publisher in Simon & Schuster that said, go ahead and do that. And for those of you who do write for a living, may find this somewhat unusual, but those of you who don't write for a living will think this is the way it's always done. Most of the time, somebody makes a book proposal to a publisher, and they sell them on the idea of what the book will say. I always think that's the worst thing you can do. Now I'll let the and the church, and Simon & Schuster said, great, go ahead and do it. And then as we got into it, I would say to Trish, well, you know, you can't really cover the war unless you go back a little bit earlier to when they became a country again, the Vatican, and so that's going to take us back to we should go back to 1933, first when they acknowledged the Nazis. And then we roll it back to 1929 when Benito Mussolini and the Italian fascists recognized the church as a country. And I said, you know, some of these guys who were involved in the war, like Nogaro, the head of the bank, the financial wizard, he doesn't retire until 58. That's when Pius XII, the wartime pope, retired. Let's bring it to the late 50s. And then, of course, you realize in the late 50s, the whole Vatican bank changes and they go on steroids and they start to get involved with guys who end up under bridges hanging from a noose and fellows taking cyanide inside prison cells. And I said, my God, it's the cocaine cowboy days of the Vatican bank. How can we leave that out? And then at one point, Tricia will say something like, you know, but how did they even start off in this, in the money world? And that took us back into the 1800s where we realized, oh yeah, they never really liked the idea of capitalism in the first place. And they really used to think you should just have donations, send in a little bit in terms of Peter's pence, and kick in a little bit in terms of indulgences, buy a piece of paper that says as a good Catholic, if you pay so much for this, you'll be forgiven your sins. If you pay a little bit more, you'll be forgiven some time in purgatory. If you pay a little bit more, your loved ones who died might get out of purgatory faster and go to heaven. It's a great business until it's not enough to pay the bills. And then they reluctantly embrace capitalism. And the next thing, we're looking at a 200-year history of the finances of the church. And history is one of those words that publishers hate you to use because it normally means history, and they think, oh my God, people are going to say it's a history book. We don't want to read that. And we were very lucky with my editor and with having Simon & Schuster, because I submitted this book to them, and it was large, and had a ton of footnotes, and it had the word history in the subtitle, and there was like 2 weeks of silence because it took them that long to read it. And they got back and said, we like it. Overused the word in society, genius, innovator, but in this case, this guy was really extraordinary. Bernardino Nogaro was an Italian businessman who the Vatican tapped to run nearly $1 billion in today's money that Mussolini and the fascists paid them for having their loss of the papal states, their empire. Because remember, there was a time in which the Pope wasn't just the Pope, he was a Pope king. He had a secular empire. He had 15,000 square miles of Italy, the papal states. They ran an empire just like the French kings and the Spanish kings and the Brits. It was only when they lost that empire in 1870, when Italy became unified, that the Vatican was reduced to this postage stamp sized parcel of land that you could walk across 2/3 of a mile in 20 minutes if you're walking slowly. And that was it. And it lost its status as a sovereign country. So it went from empire and world's biggest religion to just world's biggest religion. Sounds the papal states, they ran an empire just like the French kings and the Spanish kings and the Brits. It was only when they lost that empire in 1870, when Italy became unified, that the Vatican was reduced to this postage stamp sized parcel of land that you could walk across 2/3 of a mile in 20 minutes if you're walking slowly. And that was it. And it lost its status as a sovereign country. So it went from empire and world's biggest religion to just world's biggest religion. Sounds pretty good unless you're used to the empire part. At the empire part, when they lost the empire, they had 700 members of the papal court. It rivaled the courts in terms of its size and luxury of any court around Europe. And for a long time, the popes used to marry. Those of you who've seen the Borgias on SHO know that. I mean, only in recent generations did they finally decide no women in the Vatican, or no women at least that were married to the popes. And so in that way of this financial wizard who comes in to take care of the money, in 1929, Mussolini comes to power. He comes to power 9 years earlier. Here's the fascist dictator of Italy. And the Pius XI says, hey, you know what? He is sort of anti-church, but he's Catholic at his core. And he is against abortion. And he is against, sort of premarital sex. And the fascists are on our board with all of the social issues. So maybe we can come to an accord with him. And they do an accord. They sign a deal with Mussolini in which they recognize Mussolini as the only leader of Italy. They throw their weight behind the fascists so that in every Italian home, I'm half Italian, I can say this. I used to remember my great-grandmother. There was at that time a little picture, there was a crucifix and a picture of Mussolini. They went hand in hand. And what did Mussolini give in return? He made Catholicism, he acknowledged as the official religion not only of Italy, but he paid them money for the loss of the papal states. It's nearly $1 billion. And he acknowledged him as a sovereign country and said the Pope has the same rights as a king. Now think of this for a second. Doing that, those of you who have been to Rome and been to Vatican City, you know it. It's this little parcel of land right inside the heart of Rome. That's why I call the Vatican Bank an offshore bank in the heart of Rome. There's no wall around the Vatican. You don't have to go through separate security or through different immigration to get into the Vatican. You can walk in and out. It would be as if, it's not much bigger, Times Square from about 49th Street down 42nd Street was its own country. So we said, okay, from 5th Street over to 7th, this is a separate nation. We didn't put any wall around it. But for the people who lived in the Times Square nation, if you lived outside by a block or two and you had $1 million that you didn't want to pay tax on or was illegal money, all you had to do is find somebody who lives inside the Times Square country, Vatican City, who happens to be a cleric, who can open up an account at the Vatican Bank where we didn't put any wall around it. But for the people who lived in the Times Square nation, if you lived outside by a block or two and you had $1 million that you didn't want to pay tax on or was illegal money, all you had to do is find somebody who lives inside the Times Square country, Vatican City, who happens to be a cleric, who can open up an account at the Vatican Bank where Italian tax authorities and investigators and drug investigators and no one can look at it because it's a sovereign nation. Have your money deposited in cash there. You don't have to send a wire transfer. It doesn't have to be followed. You can send it in truckloads of cash. You can send in gold. I raised issues about gold in American intelligence reports that may have arrived at the end of the war at the gates of St. Peter that were looted from the Croatian National Assembly from their national bank by war criminals fleeing then. Once you put it into the Vatican Bank, then it's safe. Nobody can follow it. You don't pay taxes on it. No one can follow an investigation there. And time put it into the Vatican Bank, then it's safe. Nobody can follow it. You don't pay taxes on it. No one can follow an investigation there. And time and time again in this book, I show you how over a period of time, that is why the Vatican Bank became a safe haven for money launderers and mobsters, for politicians inside of Italy. Giuliano Andreotti, the most powerful post-war Italian politician, 7 times prime minister of the country, had slush funds inside the Vatican Bank. $60 million passed through one of them called the Foundation of Cardinal Spellman for doling out favors for everyone, to his wife's jeweler, to friends. This is how the Vatican Bank became embroiled with this. The power brokers went there inside of Italy. The money people went there who wanted to evade taxes. The mafia and the drug launderers went in there. Now, is that to say the Pope was overseeing a criminal syndicate and knew it? No. That's clear. Their drug launderers went in there. Now, is that to say the Pope was overseeing a criminal syndicate and knew it? No. That's clear. There are people inside the bank that knew its power as an offshore bank of a sovereign nation, and they were clerics and they were bishops, and I talk about them, and some of them were indicted by the Italians, but they were never brought to justice because the Vatican refused to extradite them. Now, I'm coming all the way back to what I said I was going to say 10 minutes ago, which was the one chapter that was built on one document. I sometimes take a segue to the left or right. But we found a document in the National Archives about the fellow who runs the Vatican Bank, which got me distracted on the Vatican Bank, Bernardino Nogaro. And what it is from James Jesus Angleton, who some of you will know is the greatest spy, one of the greatest spy chiefs, counterterrorism chiefs, or the worst, depending on your view of him, and his efforts in the CIA to find a mole in the 70s and 80s. Angleton was then a young officer for counterintelligence, and he was interrogating a German officer who was head recruiter for the Abwehr, the German foreign intelligence inside of Italy. He has this guy, Wilhelm Karl Rem, draw up a chart of, as he knows it, what was the sort of the framework of German intelligence inside of Italy from 1943 when he was there on, and who were the people who were running the different divisions. And under one of them pops the name Nogaro. It's the first time the document's out. Nogaro, not an easy name to find. I then have a chapter as to why I think this is the same Nogaro. I'll give you the reasons why, where I think the Germans might have recruited him, that was running the Vatican Bank. And I can't say with any certainty that he was working for German intelligence, but that he was in contact with them seems absolutely the case. Knowing Nogaro, he was playing both sides of the field. So I wouldn't be surprised if he had also had contact to American intelligence that didn't come out at the time. That entire chapter was built off of that document, which I think is a significant new discovery on the record. But what keeps me up at night is the fact that although we've looked through the National Archives and have spent out enough time there to camp out at times, that there's another document in some file in some dusty corner that isn't yet declassified that will give me the answer to that I haven't seen. That's what future investigators, historians, and researchers on this subject will do. And that is why, for any of you who have in the last week, I had an op-ed Sunday in the Los Angeles Times. There was a piece in the Wall Street Journal the other day. It's an issue that I never realized was an issue until the book was published, and that is, I can take you so far on this book, and then it stops. What I mean by that is, I can cite counterintelligence corps officers who talk about the looted gold from Croatia and where it comes down to this seminary inside of Rome, and how then one of them thinks that it also goes over to St. Peter's. How the personal doctor for the previous Pope, Pius XI, had maybe $40 to $50 million of gold that may be sitting in the Vatican. His daughter was the mistress of Mussolini. There's a lot of nepotism here. It's Italy. But how long was that gold there? Where did it go on to? Did it help fund some of the people that I came across in South America in 1984 to get to South America for freedom? We don't know, because the answers are inside the Vatican. They have those files. Now, what about Nogaro? The Vatican Bank for freedom? We don't know, because the answers are inside the Vatican. They have those files. Now, what about Nogaro 1984 to get to South America for freedom? We don't know, because the answers are inside the Vatican. They have those files. Came across in South America in 1984 to get to South America for freedom? We don't know, because the answers are inside the Vatican. They have those files. Now, what about Nogaro? The Vatican Bank. In this book, there have been rumors for years. Many of you will have heard this. The question is, why did the wartime Pope, Pius XII, stay so silent during a time of the greatest civilian massacres? Defenders of Pius have published books about the fact that they think he made an effort. I have a chapter in detail about this. His effort was behind the scenes and was limited. He never spoke out openly about it, except for one Christmas message in which he had 22 words dedicated to it, never used the word Jews or Nazis. And the shame of it is, about it, except for one Christmas message in which he had 22 words dedicated to it, never used the word Jews or Nazis.
Auch hier mit kindischer Symbolik und albernem Prunk. Hinter dieser Tarnung verbargen sie jene großen politischen und wirtschaftlichen Transaktionen, die einer kleinen Clique von Plutokraten, Finanz- und Waffenschiebern riesige Gewinne verschafften, ganze Völker aber dem Elend preisgaben.
The Wehrmacht and Gestapo broke into the most important Masonic lodges: the Grand Orient of France, the Grand Lodge of France, and the Droit Humain. In Paris and Bordeaux alone, there were up to 50 raids. The operation was repeated in the provinces. Between June of 1940 and February 1941, the entire recorded history of French Freemasonry disappeared.
In the imagination of the extreme right, and especially the Nazis, there was the idea that in Western Europe, Freemasonry was pulling the strings of liberal democracy. And there was definitely this idea that they was pulling the strings of liberal democracy. In Western Europe, Freemasonry was pulling the strings of liberal democracy. Western Europe, Freemasonry was pulling the strings of liberal democracy. And there was definitely this idea that they would find information that would explain the resistance of Western democracies to the new European order. That they would find information that would explain the resistance of Western democracies to the new European order.
With his rise to power in 1933 in Germany, Hitler ordered that all Masonic societies be dissolved. He would put repressive policies in place in all occupied countries, but especially France, where there were 49,000 active Freemasons. Especially France, where there were 49,000 active Freemasons. Especially France, where there were 49,000 active Freemasons.
In occupied zones, Masonic lodges were immediately closed, and arrests took place, especially of people who had held positions in Freemasonry.
While newspapers were placing the blame for the military defeat on Freemasonry, the Germans continued their methodical robbing.
Plundering was entrusted to various Nazi agencies, each with its own agenda. First, the RSHA intelligence service, which merged several services, including the infamous Gestapo. They were the ones who first visited the lodges to seize the documents. And then there was also Alfred Rosenberg's military staff. Rosenberg himself was not a policeman, he was an ideologist. He was the linchpin of the denunciation of Jewish Freemasonry, of Judeo-Bolshevism. And starting in July 1940, denunciation. Rosenberg himself was not a policeman, he was an ideologist. He was the linchpin of the denunciation of Jewish Freemasonry,